YouTube, welcome back to another live stream. The title is pretty much, the same thing we've been talking about all day, but I'm going to be honest, we're just going to keep it to a minimum when it comes to talking about this today, but I will not apologize and I will not step down on this specific topic, and I'm standing for what's right, and I will not stop. But hit the like and subscribe button if you're new here. I'm going to upload a video right now talking about this subject. YouTube, welcome back to another video. I'm here at night, it's raining outside if you hear something in the background, but welcome back. Hit the like and subscribe button if you're new to the channel. And today I'm discussing the recent situation with the documented MS-13 gang member. Now, we've been talking about this a lot on my live stream, so I think this is one of the last main times I'm going to be bringing this up and talking about this. But let's get right into this. So like I promised you guys before, I'm going to be trying to do videos every day, every other day, regular type of videos. I got the live streams. I appreciate a lot of you guys tuning in with those and chatting with me there. That's basically how we're building the channel for the most part right now. Hello. I'm trying to grow the regular type of content style videos. I'm just editing a video right now. I'm going to post it regarding this whole subject. I want to show around Montenegro. Where I'm living currently, and I want to show more and stuff like that. But I'm also doing these political talks and these political travel these political talks and these travel videos and stuff like that. I appreciate everyone tuning in, but basically I really can't understand why people, or especially specifically Democrats, are defending these gang members, these illegal immigrants that are in the United States. This man was accused of beating his wife by his wife. I 100% understand that he hasn't been criminally convicted or charged of anything, but he has been deported. He's not coming back to America, so nothing is going to change that. Unfortunately for the Democrats that want to cry about it, the senator and stuff like that went to El Salvador, and he got denied access to the prison, of course, because they don't want... Thank God Trump won. I agree, Ozzy. I think you're already subscribed, but I would tell you to hit the like and subscribe button. I'm working on a new video talking about this subject right now, so definitely go check it out. And go check out my recent video where I talk about politics. Most of my main videos on my channel are all, yes sir, I got a haircut. He was given 2 deportation orders. Now I do understand that he had a order to stay or whatever, a non-removal order recently, but the thing about that is there's certain terms not breaking police involvement or criminal accusations or charges on you. Arrested with multiple currencies inside of a Chicago Bulls hoodie, and he has been given a ranking in the MS-13 gang, which it translates in basically English, it means that he's a general of MS-13, which is absolutely insane that people are... What do you think about the MS-13 gang member? Bring him back or keep him where he's at? I mean, he's not going to bring back, but brought back, but yeah. Nothing wrong with Democrats or anything like that, especially the old school Democrats. I like these people. Trump was a Democrat who Elon voted for in his first term, obviously. I was a little bit mad that he... DOJ filings, it's all public information on the DOJ. You can look his name up yourself and really think what you think of this guy. United States. Peace out, guys. Hit the like and subscribe button if you're new to the channel. guys. If you're new to the channel, please. If you're new to the channel. Oh yeah, last thing I'm gonna mention. A lot of people are saying like due process, but this state citizen, if you came in illegally, how the law works. That's why I said this is a controversial. Should be given. There's no need for a criminal trial to waste taxpayer dollars on this specific. Plenty of due process. He did this and that, and he did this and that, and he did more and more things. And there's multiple examples of this with him specifically, but guys, for watching, guys. Thanks for watching, guys. Yes, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for watching, guys. Alright, I think that's the edit for the video. I'm just gonna post this. Exporting. Does YouTube ghost comments on live stream? No clue what that means. What's not a great idea? Keeping illegal MS-13 gang members in the country? Or what? Please educate me. What's not a good idea? I'm not sure what you mean, does YouTube ghost comments on live streams? Some comments, yes. If some comments don't show up, yeah, they don't. Especially if they have certain words in them. They won't show up. But not 100% sure what you mean. No, I didn't see your other 3 comments. There must have been some pretty bad stuff in there if YouTube won't even show it. Well, the facts is that he was an MS-13 gang member who beat his wife. I don't know what other facts you want to hear. Probably not those ones. Probably not those ones. Okay, that's pretty much what you said. Well, then we agree then. Just like I suspected. But I'm uploading the full video on my opinion on the topic. Right now. Do not protect MS-13 gang members. Honestly, maybe we should just show some videos right now. I'm kind of getting, the audience here isn't very big at the moment, so maybe I'll just show you guys some interesting videos instead. I feel like that's a little bit better right now than just talking to the camera with 5 people in here. Let me bring some entertaining things to light. What the heck? It's trying to post it as a short. No, I don't want to post this as a short. What the hell? Trump ignores Supreme Court order on deportation case. 4 MS-13 member. I agree. Good. Hit the like and subscribe button if you guys are new here. Thank God for Trump ignoring that. I mean, to be fair, he can't do much anyway. He's not a United States citizen and he's already out of the country. So what is he going to do? Go kidnap him? Welcome to the live stream if you're new here. I'm uploading a new video right now, the full discussion. I've been talking about this in a few past live streams already, but uploading. Okay, I wanted to show you guys some more interesting videos and stuff like that. So who knows, maybe you'll find it entertaining, maybe you won't, but let's see what I can discover here on YouTube. Unfortunately, I just heard that the University of Florida got shot up. That's really unfortunate. I'm a person from Florida, so that's really sad to hear, but honestly, I don't really think I want to hear that news right now, so I'm just going to skip past it and truth be told. Left's hero problem. Why are they backing criminals? Great question. Great question. Not my type of music, but we'll skip past to the part where they start.
And other criminals. Why is it that the left has all of a sudden decided that they're heroes? Now, maybe not all of a sudden, but a trend that now has lasted for several decades, that the worst of us are the best. We break it down with Brian Kilby. 2, dinner time conversation with the family. Top 10 most famous people in the world morphed into a debate with my son. I never thought this would happen at my house.
Never.
But LeBron versus Jordan. 3.
Not even a
How do you buy a home in
competition.
this environment? Tips on the biggest nest egg in history. How to buy your home. It is the Will Kane Show. Stream them live at FoxNews.com, on the Fox News YouTube channel, and the Fox News Facebook page. 12 o'clock Eastern Time every Monday through Thursday. Available for subscription at Apple or on Spotify. We got Brian Kilmeade coming up today, as well as a discussion on the top 10 most famous people in the world. At the Boys in New York, Tinfoil Pat, Young Establishment James, and 2-8 Dan. Donald Trump is without doubt the most famous man in the world.
Absolutely.
Right? That's not an American-centric point of view anymore, is it? I mean, I think random person, random country, probability of saying, of course I know who that is. Donald Trump is number one.
Could you imagine meeting someone who doesn't?
Yeah, I can't actually. So,
I
like,
don't think so.
that's my point.
That'd be funny.
What?
Yeah, no, there's no one that doesn't know who he is.
I mean, I started thinking about this last night, and I got into this conversation. Like Taylor Swift, Vladimir Putin, The Rock, Ronaldo. Like, where does this go?
Thank God for Donald Trump. Smash the like and subscribe
in the
button.
world. We're going to break that down a little bit later today. Coming up tomorrow, I know this because I just got done with it. Gonna totally dork out. Gonna give an hour to talking about the NFL draft. We're 1 week away. I love it. I can't explain it. And we've got an old friend of mine, Todd McShay, who has a new show on The Ringer called The McShay Show. He's going to be streaming during the draft. And it's something I dork out on, you know, that I can't explain. I try to understand about myself. But like 2A's, you're a big sports fan. And this doesn't do it for you.
Everyone go watch the newest video that I just dropped.
If I can't help it, I won't miss the first 4 rounds. That doesn't mean I'll be parked, but I'll have it. Like, I'll be streaming it on my phone, listening. I'll be having it on TVs as I walk around the house, doing stuff. It'll be on around for 3 days.
I just think, I mean, my team has all the things we need, so I just don't have to worry about the draft as much as you do.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I like it a lot.
No, but
yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, but you don't love it. Like, I start reading about it. I read Dane Brugler's The Beast.
Yeah.
I play with mock draft simulators. I listen to podcasts. I want to know who's going to be available. And I want to think about, I love the sequencing. Like, wow, but I can maybe get that guy in the 3rd round. I was saying, I think it may be like shopping for men.
It is. I mean, you can talk about it. Hey, Brian Kilmeade's here.
Brian Kilmeade's coming here. Yeah.
Right there. That would be it. So yeah, you can talk about it. It's like what guys talk about. It's the gossip. It's everything you need. It's, you know, the thing you can talk about for the next few weeks.
And I think like shopping, it's so great before, it's so shiny when you're in the store. And you take it home, maybe it's good. Probably not.
That's exactly how
and
it
then you're back
feels.
next year.
That's exactly how it feels. Like, it's a huge letdown Monday after the draft. I don't care about your draft grades. I don't want to talk about who did well. I just care about it before it happens. And then the next time I care is training camp, see how they're doing. So anyway, tomorrow, a full episode, a full hour with Todd McShay, absolutely breaking down the NFL draft. We can't keep the star waiting. Let's get to it with story number 1. The host of the Brian Kilmeade Show at Fox News Radio 1 and the host of Fox and Friends. For what are we on, Brian? 25 years?
Yeah, about
How long
that.
have you been hosting Fox?
About that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think's too much? Like, what is too long?
Wait,
Will.
for who? For
me,
you?
yeah.
For the audience?
Yeah, let's think the audience.
Alex Jones did have some pretty
Well, I don't think the audience thinks there's too long. I don't. I really don't. No, I really don't. I'm not just trying to be nice.
Yeah.
I don't. I think for you, that's an interesting question. Like, do you ever get tired of doing the same thing for 25 years? Do you love it every day that you wake up? Do you want a new challenge? I think that's actually interesting.
I mean, the thing that's changed is the jobs changed so much. A lot, the nature of the news, radically, the competition. I mean, when I first got the job, it would be like, okay, You do cable for a while, you see how far that can go, and then, then the Today Show is the major leagues, but now it's not clear there is an NFL. Like the networks is an NFL. I don't think so at all. Everything's been flattened out and changed. So we're lucky enough to have got on a network that only got better and bigger, but at the same time, it's impossible not to notice what you're doing now and podcasting and what's going on with the people becoming their own journalistic force about what's happening. So I just think it's great to be able to talk about things that matter most.
How different is Fox and Friends from when you first started? Like how you cover the news? Would you say like 20 years ago was a vastly different show?
So this is what we used to do. We used to get in. I remember I had a conversation with the vice president. I said, listen, do you think it would help to have a BlackBerry? Because people can keep in touch with the news. You can get in touch with them. They're like, yeah, let's think of, no, we don't think, we just need to get in touch with the producers. You don't really need to be text message or anything like that. And I thought, all right, maybe things will change. Now, can you imagine not doing your shows without text messaging, be able to pick up your phone and follow the news? So we used to come in, we used to have a stack of pages like this, and it'll be, not going to do it. Try to anticipate where we're going to go. And then we'd have an executive producer come in with a pencil. And he didn't want to get there too early. He was great. Matt Singerman did a great job. But he would get in at 5:40 and go, yeah, I think we're doing this. Write it out in pencil. And then we would write it down as he wrote it, and then we'd go out and do the show. Literally, there was almost no production value, no full screens. So we'd have some tape we'd go to. And now, we have a reporter before a talking point to a reporter. Production values to everything, right? What you're doing for an hour and what you do with this.
No, I'm still learning. I mean, I've only been doing my own show for whatever it's been, 3 months. And I'm still learning how you produce a TV show. And I'm also trying not to produce a TV show. So it's a yin and a yang for me to figure out. But one thing that you learn is TV is a visual medium. Very different than this, even though we're on YouTube and Facebook right now. But you have to keep television visually stimulating the entire time. A great conversation, honestly, is just difficult on television. I see the numbers, I see the ratings and how it goes. Like, you got to have something on screen to look at.
Which is the exact opposite of podcasting. For example, remember they told us in today's day and age, it's got to be a lot of flashes, a lot of movement. It's the MTV generation. Everybody's got ADD. Yeah. Okay, then explain the format of podcasting, where you open up, hey, how you doing? Nice shirt. What are you doing? You see the traffic? So you have small talk. I go, wait a second. I thought we were the ADD generation. We need so much stimulation. How can that be? And podcasting thrive. They work against each other. Don't you agree?
Yeah, yes, but, and I'm very cognizant of this with the Will Kane Show, because when I first got the show and the conversations that I've had since then, it is seen as a bridge between the two mediums. They and I want it to be. But I also respect that different mediums have successes for different reasons. It's not just that you should take a podcast and put it on TV. You could take the Joe Rogan Show, which is obviously hugely successful, and you could put it on CNN, and that doesn't mean it's going to rate. That doesn't mean it's going to do very well, because it's a different platform, and people do different things as they consume different platforms. You know what I mean? Now, over time, Brian, I think that's going to merge, because as all these screens become one, and that's what's happening, there's no difference between a podcast and a digital streaming show. There's going to be less of a difference between a digital streaming show and a television. But for now, I remember, and I think it still matters, and I was just watching one, and I think I read an interview by Bill O'Reilly. And O'Reilly said, in doing The Factor, I never forget that someone is sitting on their couch with the remote control in their hand and their thumb on the button to change the channel, waiting for you to bore them in the slightest possible way. And then they click.
Yeah, he was a producer. He is a producer and a host, no question. By the way, and I've said this before, and you know this is true, I love your show. And it's Will Kane, and it's different, but yet you know what stories America wants and which you simultaneously care about. But it's really unique. And I'm always wearing this thing because I'm in the car at this time. Always. I was catching Neil Cavuto for years. Always would catch his show. And I'm always around at 4 o'clock. So I'm listening every day. It's fantastic. It's a mix of long form, short form, and it's a perfect blend with this. And I think that you are enjoying it. Am I correct?
I am. I'm angsty. I talk about our bosses with this all the time, like, because I have a vision, and we're not there yet on our vision, and I'm angsty, and I want to get there, and I'm enjoying it. But that is what enjoyment is to me. Enjoyment isn't just chilling. Like, enjoyment is like, I'm creating, I'm shaping, I'm frustrated, I'm angsty. That's just part of who I am. Like, if I look up and it's just like easy and fun every day, I'll probably get bored pretty quick. You know what I mean?
Well, but plus, the one thing they did at Fox is they give you numbers every day. And the one thing that Roger Ailes is always like, yeah, I want you to know if you're winning or not. I want you to know what your demo is. So I thought that was interesting because for a lot of places, that's for the management to know. You just do your job. Here they go, no, your job is to win every day and you figure it out. Yeah. So that's what I love, like that sports mentality. No, you got to win. You don't just have to play well, you got to win. If you're not winning, I don't know if I can keep you. You take up too much room on the salary cap. We're gonna have to make a trade. So so that's what I enjoy about Fox. And like I talk to a lot of people on the networks, they have no idea what their ratings are, and I feel like going, I know what they are, and it's not good.
I know. Yeah, totally. I look. This is a new thing for me. I look every day, and I look at the other people's as well. So I know. All right, I want to show you this, Brian. I don't know if you guys did this on Fox Friends. I did this yesterday on the television show. I find this fascinating. Let's put this up this tweet by Peachy Keenan, who is a journalist, a deep thinker on the right. And she said this. She said the Democrats' top 4 heroes in America are now, 1, a murderer named Luigi. That's Luigi Mangione, the alleged killer of the United Healthcare CEO. 2, a murderer named Carmelo. That's the alleged murderer of Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Texas. 3, an MS-13 illegal gang member. That's ÁbregoGarcía.
Yep.
And 4, a Palestinian Hamas supporter. This is Mahmoud Khalil, the Colombia protester that they're deporting. I think this, I really thought about this, Brian, and I thought, is that unfair? Someone on the left would say, we're standing up for principles in each and every one of these situations. The person is not the point, the principle is the point. But in totality, where you're making your stand on your principles, it's pretty interesting that the thing you talk about most are some of the, I don't want to call them the worst people, but the alleged, the accused, worst in the news.
Well, a couple of things. It really, those 4 people you mentioned, the only one that's not clearly a Democratic cause is Luigi. That's a murder of a CEO, and you just might say to yourself, my family's been screwed by healthcare companies, so therefore I like the guy. But you wouldn't like the guy if he looked like the, let's say, would-be assassin of Governor Shapiro. A guy looks like a vagrant, hooked on meth. This guy's a good-looking guy. He assassinates somebody. I mean, you could say alleged all you want, but we caught him on camera just executing somebody, and we see the whole thing. We see the plot and the plan, and so he did it. So to me,
Luigi is the least worst out of them.
No question about it. And when you look at Mahmoud Khalil, if you are supportive of him, you are for Hamas and Palestinians. So I mean, you could decide to be on the wrong side of right and wrong. Go ahead, but there's no glory in that the MS-13 guy who's in El Salvador. Those are three of these are political pawns. I want to stand up for the Palestinians because you think more people are for Palestinians than are for Israel. You don't really think anti-Semitism is a big deal. And you might have a problem with our healthcare company, but you say nothing about it. And this guy doesn't even stand for anything. There's no problem with U.S. healthcare or whatever the company this guy represented. This guy was just bizarre, out of his mind, and was dead set on killing somebody. He had back pain, but no healthcare company rejected him. So you could name those 4 people, but I think it's more of an indictment on what Democrats think they have to use to get traction.
That's maybe the interesting part. So if I had Glenn Greenwald on the show right now, and I've had Glenn Greenwald on the television show talking about the Mahmoud Khalil deal, he wouldn't sit here and go, I love Mahmoud Khalil, I don't think. What he would say is, I care about free speech.
Sup,
and,
Amish King? Go check out my recent video,
and
man.
You are violating that dedication by deporting Mahmoud Khalil because of the things that he said and he has supported. Similarly, I think some maybe even like Trey Gowdy.
I just
saw him the
posted
other
this
day.
2
He's not
minutes
elected.
ago, guys.
Because
Go check it
ÁbregoGarcía
out.
would say, I care about due process, in violating a judge's order in deporting this guy, not that I care about an alleged MS-13 member. But what I find of note is, and I don't think I'm being unfair when I say the totality of the people that become those that you champion. Mm-hmm. These are the four of the moment.
I've never seen this show,
In
but
the
it's
past,
interesting.
We've seen Dzhokhar Tsarnaev romanticized, the Boston bomber. We have seen the 70s, the Puerto Rican separatist movements.
Yeah.
And then those guys were pardoned. Those were pardoned. Was it by Obama that pardoned those guys? Or Clinton that pardoned those guys? So you keep coming up with examples that kind of lead you towards this,
right?
In totality, what does that say about your movement?
I think people are looking to rally behind something that matters. You were, before I hopped on, you were talking about the NFL draft, and people are looking for their own teams, their own colleges. Now, all of a sudden, okay, what my cause is this? Who's the symbol of my cause? It's that. But I think that I heard someone talking about the first time we started really romanticizing bad guys were Bonnie and Clyde, when you were actually pulling for the criminals in a movie. And that's what it seems like now, we're pulling for the criminals. But usually the criminals who went out of their way, for example, a dad who sees the rapist of his daughter in the courtroom, and before conviction walks up and blows his head off. Then you could say, wow, I know that goes through, and that guy is worse than the devil. I understand that. But when I look at the four people you mentioned, as an American, I have I have nothing but animus to their direction.
And I think evidence of what you and I are talking about, that not for everybody, but so the left can go one of two ways. They can start finding positive figures to be their champions and suggesting this is their vision of America. Or you're in this position where the four people you talk about the most are the ones we just discussed. And while there's some, Greenwald perhaps, or others that rest on principle, there are others, like Taylor Lorenz, who say this about Luigi Mangione.
So you're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like, here's this man who's a revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems this morally good man, which is hard to find.
And she's purring, man. That's the word I use. I mean, like, Luigi. I mean, sure, she'll give you the number, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah, and you always know where he's going to be every day. So that's an attractive part of the relationship, too. You know exactly. But the other thing, so he's basically described everything he's not, except for he's got thick eyebrows. Even his family doesn't like him. Do you notice that? This family of wealth? We thought we were going to be seeing brothers and sisters and explanations. We don't hear anything about this guy. So anybody who thinks beyond the murder, he's a pretty good guy, I'm pretty sure their family figured it out too. I didn't even hear about his mom. So there's no one even pleading his case. In fact, this guy's not pleading his case. Evidently, he doesn't even love the letters.
Kamala Anthony's a murderer.
Somebody hanging out in prison. But I tell you, if you're a Democrat, you've been basically caught up in a trap. Because
what the hell just happened? And it died. Hold on, guys. Hold the door. Hold the door. Hold the front door. Hold the door. Everybody hold the door. The stream isn't over. The stream isn't over. The whole thing just went black. Kamala Anthony's a murderer. A murderer. Let's watch this newest video while we wait for that to adjust.
And just shows you all. And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that is inappropriate to be near this family. But he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting non-stop about this case.
They haven't posted enough. Barely anybody's talking about it.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later,
Barely anybody's talking about it. I need everybody watching this to go check out my recent video right here. Drop me a like and comment on there. Love y'all. Appreciate everybody. Go drop me a comment there. On both of these, matter of fact, on both of these. This one hasn't done too well, but let's have this one do a bit better this time. I'll take this time to show y'all something funny.
Anthony in the house. I kill white boys to make my dough. Just shank them and rack up that crowdfunding. Big ups to the Jews for bringing my fam to the States. Yo, it's Carmelo Anthony in the house. I kill white boys to make my dough. Just shank them and rack up that crowdfunding. Big ups to the Jews for bringing my fam to the States. Yo, it's Carmelo Anthony in the house. I kill white boys to make my dough. Just shank them and rack up that crowdfunding. Big ups to the Jews for bringing my fam.
One more time for the people in the back.
Yo, it's Carmelo Anthony in the house. I kill white boys to make my dough. Just shank them and rack up that crowdfunding. Big ups to the Jews for bringing my fam to the States. Yo, it's Carmelo Anthony in the house. I kill white boys to make my dough. Just shank them and rack up that crowdfunding. Big ups.
And one more time for the people in the very back.
Yo, it's Carmelo Anthony in the house. I kill white boys to make my dough. Just shank them and rack up that crowdfunding. Big ups to the Jews for bringing my fam to the States. Yo,
Can't lie, that's pretty funny. Hit the like and subscribe button if you're new here.
Radical left. Will you shut up, man? Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right, gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
unprecedented.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare a point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way.
Hold that point. Hold that point. Hold that point. Hold that point. But like I said before, if you're new to the channel, hit the like and subscribe button. Everybody go to this video, drop me a comment, smash the like button. Real interesting stuff. Real interesting stuff. What do you guys think about Carmelo Anthony? Is that man a horrible human or what? I got a cup full of the liberal tears from all the liberal tears in my recent live streams. Wow, man. It's been a few hours since I tried some liberal tears, and wow, they're better than ever. Record-breaking good tears. Anyway, this podcast is super boring
When it comes
anyway.
to this latest guy, Kilmar, interesting first name, ÁbregoGarcía, this is a total trap. I mean, the more we find out about this guy, we find out that he was pulled over, drive without a license, 6 months in jail, 7 people with him. The FBI takes pictures of him, one of which is on the terror watch list. Beats his wife at least 2 times. She called the cops for an order of protection. Then we find out when he gets picked up, he's got rolls of money and hanging out with the worst of the worst. And he might even be a higher up in MS-13. And I'm looking at this Senator Van Hollen and next week, Cory Booker. Good luck with that. When I told you.
You're 100% right.
This is crazy. This is a trap.
The Maryland man, the Maryland father. If you're Chris Van Hollen, Democratic Senator, just made that trip to El Salvador.
Yeah.
I hope you've done your research. I hope you've done your background checks, because you have gone all in on a guy that, at the very least, there's some pretty compelling evidence that he's a bad dude. Okay? And there may be more that comes out about this dude. So if there's more that comes out, you just cast your lot with him. And the Rachel
Hit the
Morris
like and
mother
subscribe
thing
button.
yesterday was incredibly emotional and compelling. She made the appearance with Caroline Levitt and talked about brutal details of how her daughter was married.
Was that your hour, by the way? Was that
the
your
last,
hour?
15, 20 minutes of my hour, yeah.
Do you know that you were the only network to take it? You were the only show to take it?
I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. CNN and MSNBC and others, nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
0 minutes.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So a woman that's raped with 5 kids by an illegal immigrant, really not compelling enough. You know, I guess they were talking baseball or something. The NBA playoffs on CNN, I think, instead of this. But
No way.
Yeah.
They were talking NBA playoffs?
Yeah. NBA playoffs. They were one of their topics during that period was they were talking about NBA playoffs, just stuff. You don't want to hear that story because the senator from Maryland is in San Salvador trying to get into a supermax prison when he knew he wasn't going to get in. So good luck with that.
Incredible. I'm going to have to talk about that later. Okay, but so what we're talking about, beyond principle now, which I think we addressed some of that, the political side of this, you're in a bad spot, Democrats. Like, you are in a really bad spot.
Agreed.
In the public's mind. And it's just a reflection of how lost you are in finding something that represents you and is positive. And so then I give you, Brian, George Clooney on CNN talking about the role that he played in basically taking down Joe Biden. Watch.
It was a civic duty because I found that people on my side of the street, you know, I'm a Democrat. I was a Democrat in Kentucky, so I get it. When I saw people on my side of the street not telling the truth, I thought that was time to... Are people still mad at you for that? Some people, sure. It's okay. You know, listen, the idea of freedom of speech the specific idea of it is, you can't demand freedom of speech and then say, but don't say bad things about me.
Right. Hit the like and subscribe button if you guys are new.
If you believe in it, take a stand, stand for it, and then deal with the consequences. That's the rules. And so when people criticize me, they criticize me because of my stance.
Check out my recent video on this topic, guys. Just posted about 10 minutes ago.
And I
smash the like and comment.
I have to take that. That's fair. I'm okay with that.
Okay, there's a lot there, but before I even get into the substance, Ryan, I've talked about this several times. I read this once, and I don't remember who said it. I've always attributed it to Ronald Reagan's communication advisor, because I think that's where I read it originally. He said, it's 80% how you look, it's 15% how you sound, and 5% what you say. And as I'm watching that, if you're listening on radio or on Spotify, Apple, George Clooney's hair is dyed like jet black, which to be fair, is because he's promoting and playing Edward R. Murrow on Broadway. But I'm just sitting there looking at the way he looks, and not in a positive or negative way. I'm just going, why does he look so weird right now? He looks weird in that clip. And the second thing is, but he is a good communicator. Like his voice cadence is up and down, his deep voice. And I sat there and watched that going, I don't think I have that. Whatever that is, he's got that. Like, he can carry an hour.
Well, put it this way, I think you're aging a lot better, Will. I don't know if it's moisturizer or what you're doing, but he is, he was twice the world's sexiest man, to go back to him, are we out of sexy men that you got to make him a return sexiest men? But having said that, do you notice that in the interview that he's standing next to Joe Biden at that famous event where he decided at that moment that Joe Biden cannot be president again? His shirt was buttoned down just shy of his navel. Now, I'm not one to judge about dressing casually, but how could that have been a good move? Were you out of buttons? Was it the shirt almost ripped off? But the other thing about George Clooney makes him seem totally insincere. And you know this because I think we've done this show together when we were probably on together or in roughly the same time when he did this. He has this event, and Joe Biden's got to fly back and forth twice. He's got to go from the G7 to the G20. And in between, he shows up at George Clooney's Hollywood-studded event for a fundraiser. You would think any handler would say, Joe, just zoom in. You don't need to show up. It's too much. You're 111 years old. You don't look good anyway. But he does it. So he's catatonic. When that comes to an end, he says nothing. He speaks up after the debate. So if you have courage, you speak up in 2022. You speak up after that event before the debate. But it doesn't take any courage to speak up first. And then he picked up the phone, according to one of these books, and called Morning Joe when Mika said he was put up to it by Barack Obama. How dare you say that? This guy comes off cool and let me just do the right thing as an American. Total manipulation. And lastly, he does back Obama when he says we wanted to make sure that there was somewhat of a jungle primary, mini primary, to pick the best candidate. So he wasn't for her either. Either was Obama. It was Biden coming back around and saying, I'm going to show you. I'm going to pick the person we all know is incompetent and terrible and unpopular. So he got the ultimate say-so. And in the end, the Democrats just lose all across the board. He wants Wes Moore, evidently.
I saw that. He likes Wes Moore, which, by the way, we've discussed it here on the show. Honestly, he may be right on that. It may be the best worst option, or the best worst option for Democrats. I don't know. There's nobody else. Like Gavin Newsom, I don't see it. Stephen A. Smith, I don't see it. But back to George Clooney. Give me a break on your civic duty. You laid the case out well. He knew beforehand that Joe Biden.
Actually, something I'm super interested in watching in right now is Joe Rogan's newest interview. Not his newest interview. His interview talking about the deportation. So let's look that up now. Just because I'm super interested in it. But hit the like and subscribe button if you're new here. Trump 2028 for Supreme Dictator. And I love Trump. I'm in the cult of Trumpies. Or whatever you guys want to call it.
the Joe Rogan experience.
But then there's also legitimate arguments on the other side. Like the other side is making a very legitimate argument about the right to due process if you get processed and shipped out of the country.
Controversial opinion. I don't think if you're not a citizen and if you didn't come inside the country legally, I don't think you should be given a due process. You shouldn't be given the same civil liberties and constitutional rights as actual people that came legally into the country. But that's a controversial opinion. I know that's not how the country works in reality. But this man did go to court several times. But let's hear what Joe Rogan has to say.
In a prison in El Salvador. You know, what is the quote? Was it Benjamin Franklin's quote about innocent and that it's better to allow 10 guilty people to go free than one innocent person arrested? You know, I'm on that side of things.
Yeah.
I think due process exists for a reason, and the reason is it is horrific for someone to be accused of something they didn't do, be imprisoned for crimes they didn't commit, and then live in a cell, live in a cage with a bunch of
people who did commit shit.
Here it is, Benjamin Franklin. It's better 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. That is wisdom that has survived hundreds of years. It's incredibly accurate, and it is the foundation of freedom. Like, we have to make sure that these people are actually guilty, otherwise we become monsters. You can't, like, what is that, when you fight monsters, be careful that you don't become one?
Become one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very important. It's very important. You know, you can't do that. But also you also have to deal with the fact that the current administration is dealing with the past administration allowing known gang members and terrorists to go right through the border unchecked. That a lot of them they know got through. They don't know the exact numbers, but they know there's millions and millions of people illegally just walk through unchecked, and a bunch of them have to have criminal records. A bunch of them have to be dangerous, and we've seen crimes that have been committed. It doesn't help anybody on the progressive side to deny the fact that that's a real problem. And if it happens to your family, God forbid, I don't want it to happen to anybody's, but if it does, you will feel a sting of regret if you supported that, unlike anything you've ever experienced in your life. You'll be like, I mean, it's one of those things where to support one side of this, you have to deny some like basic human values. Either way, like to support just rounding people up and just assuming they're all gang members. I'm not saying they're doing that, but this is the worst case scenario, right? Yeah. They get a bunch of people in a room, they rope them all in, and one guy's just someone's cousin picking someone up to give them a ride home. That's possible.
And now you're back on the one innocent person now you're right back.
And what if that dude is not doing anything wrong and he's got some stupid tattoos and they decide that this guy's a gang member, and now you're in a prison in El Salvador and you're not even from El Salvador. And now, you were just a hairdresser or you were a tattoo artist.
Family man,
you are.
yeah.
You came over here and maybe you got a green card and maybe you don't. Maybe you were just given asylum, because a lot of people from Venezuela were given asylum in America.
Yeah.
And then you get shipped to El Salvador, where you're not even from El Salvador. So that the fact that exists scares the shit out of me. But also the fact that they were just letting terrorists and gang members flow freely into the country is fucking horrible. And when you talk about innocent people, what about the innocent people that got murdered by terrorists and well, not terrorists, that really hasn't happened, but gang members, and this Trender Wagwa that were taking over those apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, and like that's scary shit, man. Armed with machine guns, taking over apartment buildings. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about? You're letting that happen? You're not sending in the troops to stop this?
Yeah, and you think that wouldn't, in your head, you're like, that can't happen in America, in Colorado.
Bro, they got a guy that had done that in California, and they refused to deport him because they said that California is a sanctuary state. They're like fighting to keep a known gang member free in America. The whole thing is bananas. It's like almost like you don't want to go full tinfoil hat, Sam Tripoli style, and just decide that they're trying to destroy America. But if I was going to try to destroy America, that's how I would do it.
Yeah.
I'd take over the political process, impart censorship on all the social media, like gaslight people to no end, consistently do it, AstroTurf stadiums filled with people pretending they support something, pay them to be there, and manufacture a movement, and slowly but surely bring chaos to all the cities. Allow DAs to get elected that are the worst when it comes to protecting people and the best when it comes to freeing violent criminals. And that's really their goal. And then they can do it, they can just use words like racial justice, like just send murderers back out into the streets. You just create chaos. Defund the police. Now you have no police. Like if I wanted to destroy America, I would do it this way.
I mean, what you just described sounds like like a plan from another place. It's like, oh,
if you wanted to destroy America.
If we really wanted to, not with war, but let's just slowly let them kill themselves type stuff.
And then have them at each other's back, at each other's throats rather. You know, constantly have them fighting over political issues. Let's get rid of Roe v. Wade. They're a little too happy right now. Get rid of Roe v. Wade, then the liberals are up in arms. How, you motherfucker? Which was, getting rid of Roe v. Wade was actually a good move if you were a Democrat, because then people get upset and then they really want to vote. Like, you could probably ignite a lot of people. And that was like, there was some famous videos. There's one famous video of this lady celebrating that Kamala Harris was going to win. And she was like, reproductive freedom. Women came out to vote in unprecedented numbers. It was, I'm sure you've seen it. It's a video of this lady mocking this guy working at a liquor store.
No,
Did you ever see it?
I didn't see this.
It's so good. It's so good because it's like this lady, and the way she's talking, like, you can't be a good person and talk to someone this way, or even about someone this way, and be happy in the way you're happy.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, people like to be shitty to people and think that it's justifiable to be shitty if that person disagrees with you. So you can be shitty. Whereas the guy in this story is not being shitty to her at all, but she's being super shitty to this guy. And, but she's talking about reproductive rights. Because like that was like one of the big things that got people to come out and vote for the Democrats.
Yeah.
Like if I was playing 4D chess and I was a Democrat, I was like, this is what we do.
Get rid of ourselves.
Get rid of ourselves. Get rid of ourselves. And then campaign on that. Okay, now we got all the women pissed off. Because women don't want men telling them what to do. Bitch, you can't get pregnant. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
Until you can get pregnant, shut the fuck up. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, this lady, you got it, Jimmy? You can find this video. It's so funny. This poor lady. But it's about reproductive rights. Like, she's saying that. And it was for a lot of people. But that was a big one. So, like, you would do that. You would do that. You would get rid of that. You would try to get rid of the Second Amendment. Fuck the Second Amendment. We're going to get rid of all guns. Oh, the fucking gun guys, get up for the Republicans. You know, and then, you know, you would say, we need open borders because we need, our society is population collapse. And they were starting to say things like that. And we need, you know, who's going to pick cotton? They're essentially marketing it because they're saying Americans don't want these jobs, so we have to bring people in to pick our crops. Who's going to clean your toilets? People are openly saying that. Like, not realizing how racist
Oh, I remember that lady. One white lady, she told him that. She was like, who's going to clean your toilet if they get rid of all the Mexicans? It's like, what the fuck?
Who said that?
It was like one of those crazy views.
One of those view bitches?
She's one of them, or at least a show like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hilarious. So there was that going on. If you wanted to, like, destroy society and make it worse, what would you do? You bring people in from a third world country, don't have them change anything, financially incentivize them to be there, give them free money while you're not helping the poor people in America. They were giving them debit cards, free housing, free food, putting them up in the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. Why, old shit? If you want to destroy society, that's how you would do it. That's how you would do it.
I mean, that sounds
you would just keep
like it's
doing
working.
Like it's going in that direction.
Yeah.
So the problem with things that are going in a radical direction, and then there's an overcorrection. So the overcorrection is lack of due process. The overcorrection is like round them all up, ship them to jail. Like that's like some things that you say when you're not thinking things through. Like, what do you do about all the criminals? Take them all, fucking send them to El Salvador.
Yeah.
What about due process? No, fuck that. Well, here's the problem with fuck that. What if you are an enemy of, let's not say any current president. Let's pretend we got a new president, totally new guy in 2028. And this is a common practice now of just rounding up gang members with no due process and shipping them to El Salvador. You're a gang member. No, I'm not. Prove it. What? I gotta go to court. No, no due process.
That's dangerous, Joe.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
It's dangerous.
We
It's
gotta
dangerous.
be careful that we don't become monsters while we're fighting monsters. But then again, you got to find these motherfuckers that are here that have terrorist cells and that are ready to fucking blow up malls in Dallas and do crazy shit. Which
Hey, what's up, Waffle?
definitely
What's up?
they've thwarted before.
Yeah.
So like this is the best argument for intelligence agencies is that there's real threats. You know, like for someone to say, fuck all the CIA, fuck the FBI. What, are you crazy? Who's going to investigate real threats? Like the real world exists. As much as you want to pretend that that we can all go kumbaya tomorrow if we all just lay down our arms. No, there's people that are 48 years old and dedicated to crime. Dedicated to crime in Guatemala, and now they're here. You know,
Yeah,
and now they're
dude.
selling fentanyl, and they're not going to stop. Okay?
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and they're on EBT cards where you're getting money from the government for free every month because you're in a sanctuary city and you get free food and you're a criminal. And then one of them, like two of them, assaulted cops in New York City and then got free. No cash bail. No cash bail. You just get out. They assaulted cops and then they're on the street giving the Tupac to the camera. Have you ever seen that?
No,
Bro,
what?
crazy. First of all, we got to show you the Kamala Harris lady. Did you got the Kamala Harris lady? You can't find it? They probably scrubbed it from the internet. She's being shamed.
I'm not really sure what to look for, but
You're putting the
It's
tinfoil hat
okay.
on the head right
We
now.
don't,
Like, that's
we don't
how I
have
feel
to
it.
put it out. We don't have to show it. It's because we already showed it a bunch of times. It's how you would do it if you wanted to destroy America. I'm not saying. So the question becomes like, how much of it is our own folly? How much of it is just natural human behavior? How much of it is like the right wants law and order, so we don't want law and order. The right wants to punish prisoners. We want to, no, it's racism. You know, it's like, what is it?
But that's just teens fighting. That's so,
yeah. But also, I feel like it's manipulated as well. And maybe more so than anything else. I feel like it's manipulated. And again, if you wanted to turn us into China, and what I mean by that is a country that's facial recognition everywhere, social credit score system that's attached to all of your banking, your ability to travel, everything you do. If you make anything online that's against the government, you could be disappeared, you could be locked up, you could be made a political prisoner. You know, this is fun.
It felt like we were heading that way.
Yeah, I think this is something that, I think it was Metzger that said this. No, it was Duncan that said this about Ukraine and Russia. He was like, do you realize, like, the Ukrainians that we're killing, or that rather the Russians that we're killing by sending over arms and money to fund the Ukrainians? Not saying that we shouldn't do this, but he's saying that a lot of those guys are being forced to go to the front line. And a lot of those guys are prisoners who get released in order to fight. So what if you're a prisoner because you wrote a bad tweet against Putin and they lock you up, and then all of a sudden Ukrainians are killing you with American weapons because
Hit
you
the like
tweeted
and
bad
subscribe
against Putin.
button
So
if
it's
you're
Putin's
new.
way of like eliminating any dissent from like. And they don't even arrest that many people online in comparison to, or for doing things online in comparison to the UK. The UK is getting in on it full steam ahead. The UK is arresting people for anything that makes people uncomfortable online. They show up at your house and just fucking arrest you. They've arrested, like, how many people have been arrested in the UK for social media posts in the last year? It's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna blow your mind. This is just posts on social media, like, we need to send these illegal immigrants back. Saying shit like that.
Yeah.
You get arrested. Hate crime.
Even if I'm joking, even if I'm just fucking having
There's no jokes. No jokes online anymore. Not in the UK. Not only that, but the guy who's the head of the UK, they're saying now that they could potentially arrest Americans who have posted things online when they visit the UK. Yeah, I was reading a post about this. Like, this law could potentially be used in this way. That if you are a person in America and you're posting horrible shit about the UK government or the immigrant problem or whatever they have, context behind available information, exact figures 2025, not fully comprehended. 2023, 12,183 arrests were made across 37 police forces in the UK under Section 127 of the Communications Act, 2003, and Section 1 of the Malicious Communications Act in 1988, equating to about 33 arrests per day. Laws cover sending grossly offensive, indecent, obscene, or menacing messages via electronic communication networks, which includes social media posts and also DMs. So people get arrested for horrible DMs that nobody gets to see other than the friend that you're sending it to, supposedly.
You have no idea what the context is. That's crazy.
Into this one time recently, it said that a lot of people may have been arrested, but many of them were not prosecuted and were released.
But it's still, right, okay, that's cute. It's still horrifying because what you're doing is scaring people into compliance. They don't want to be arrested again, and they certainly don't want to risk being prosecuted. But they're forcing people to censor themselves.
I read it said that they were breaking the law. I don't know which law they're
Right.
breaking.
Well, no, they do have a law. They don't have freedom of speech the way we have in America.
Very interesting, guys. Very interesting.
Thank you very much, everybody. And I've been briefed on the Florida State University, Tallahassee.
Prayers for Scotland.
Active shooting. I guess it's an active shooting.
Hit the like and subscribe button if you guys are new. Check out my recent video talking about the MS-13 gang member. I posted the full video on my channel. Definitely check that out. Hit the like and subscribe button. Drop me a comment. Especially if you like my channel, it's much appreciated.
Prime Minister of Italy with us, Prime Minister Meloni, who's doing a fantastic job. I would say that she has taken Europe by storm and highly respected. Everybody loves her and respects her, and I can't say that about many people. And she's become a friend, and we really have a great relationship between Italy and ourselves. And we talked about trade, we talked about many, many things during our luncheon, and she'll be saying a few words, but she's a very special person, and it's nice to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your warm welcome. Thank you for this occasion, which is aimed to strengthen our relation, our friendship that comes from very far. You know, today is April 17, and April 17 marks the anniversary of the agreement that allowed Cristoforo Colombo to make his trip. And I say to remember how ancient are our ties, but also to remind that we both share another fight, which is the fight against the woke and ideology that would like to erase our history. And as I know that we share lots of things on tackling illegal migration, on fighting against synthetic drugs. You know, Italy has been one of the nations that made a plan against fentanyl, for example. But we have been talking about many bilateral topics and things that we can do together, about defense, about economic, about economy, about space, about energy. Italy will have to increase its LNG imports, and also nuclear that we are trying to develop. I think there can be ways to work together, and the Italian enterprises will invest as they've been doing for many years. As you know, in the next years, I think around 10 billions. That shows how interconnected our economies are. And that's very important, Mr. President. It's not only about Italy, it's about the entire Europe. The exchange between us is a very big one. Investments, trade, it's a topic that we are discussing in this weeks. But at the end of the day, look, somebody calls me, I was saying it before, such a Western nationalism. I don't know if it is the right word, but I know that when I speak about West, mainly I don't speak about a geographical space. I speak about a civilization. And I want to make that civilization stronger. So I think even if we have some problems, okay, between the two shores of the Atlantic, it is the time that we try to sit down and find solutions. So I want to thank President Trump for having accepted an invitation to pay an official visit to Rome in the near future, and consider the possibility in that occasion to meet also with Europe. The goal for me is to make the West great again. Okay? And I think we can do it together.
We can.
We will keep on work on that. I'm going to close. I want to say only I'm proud of sitting here as Prime Minister of an Italy that today has a very good situation despite the difficulties, a stable country, reliable country, 1 million more jobs in the last 2 years and a half.
Great.
Inflation is going down, so you forgive me if I promote a bit my country,
Yeah,
but you're a businessman and you understand me. So migration flows going down 60%. So we are trying to do our best, but I think we can do it even better together. Also on Ukraine, I will close. Together we've been defending the freedom of Ukraine. Together we can build a just and lasting peace. We support your efforts, Donald.
Good. Thank you very much. And I think we're doing well in that effort, but we want to get it done, and we'll see if we can. We want to save. On average, think of it, every week 2,500 people are being killed, mostly soldiers, Russian, Ukrainian soldiers.
Italy is lucky to have
save
her.
those lives. That would be a very good thing. And so we'll see what we can do. And I think we're getting close, but we'll let you know very soon. And you've been very helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you. Any questions?
How much longer does Vladimir Putin have to respond to your ceasefire proposal before you put secondary tariffs or sanctions on Russia?
We'll see what that will be. We're going to be hearing from them this week, very shortly actually, and we'll see. But we want it to stop. We want the death and the killing to stop.
Mr. President, on Jerome Powell, you said that the termination of Jerome Powell cannot come fast enough. He says he won't leave, even if you ask him to.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. But I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I let him know it, and if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Question?
Are you trying to remove him, Mr. President?
Yeah, question?
Mr. President, when you had a judge vote for a case against your administration, so the Constitution does not tolerate willful disobedience of judicial order. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, you're going to have to speak to the lawyers. We have great lawyers. I can tell you this, we're doing a fantastic job of getting criminals out of this country who Biden allowed into the country. Hundreds of thousands of criminals, murderers and drug dealers. And I was elected because of the fact, I would say maybe that was the number one fact for a lot of reasons, the economy, a lot of things. But one of the primary reasons I was elected is because I said, I'm going to get the criminals that he allowed to come into our country so stupidly through open borders. I'm going to get them out. And I got a lot of votes, record-setting numbers of votes, as you know. We won everything. The popular vote, all 7 swing states, we won everything. And that's what the public wanted. That's what I'm doing. But you'll have to speak to the lawyers because it's up to them.
Mr. President, what do you think of the proposal from France?
Say it.
What do you think of the proposal from France and UK of a peace mission in Ukraine with soldiers? And do you think that Italy should take part in it?
Well, I think Italy will have to make that determination, but peace missions are always good with me. I'm okay with peace missions. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, have you discussed layers of cooperation and discussed with the Prime Minister vis-a-vis Italy and the United States and Europe? And on China?
We discussed it very briefly. No, we're doing very well with negotiations, I think, with all countries. And Scott could tell you a little bit, but we are doing very well. We have a lot of countries that want to make a deal. Frankly, they want to make deals more than I do. Go ahead, Scott. Would you say something?
Yeah, we've got a process in place. We're working on the big 15 economies first. We had a fantastic meeting with Japan yesterday. I believe they've been called with the EU already. And then we have South Korea coming in next week. And I believe India is also talking. That's moving very quickly.
Go ahead.
President Zelensky has said he has evidence that China is supplying weaponry or ammunition to Russia. Do you have any evidence on those lines? And also, he said we could see a minerals deal signed this week. Is that?
Well, we have a minerals deal, which I guess is going to be signed on Thursday, Scott, next Thursday, soon. And I assume they're going to live up to the deal, so we'll see. But we have a deal on that. No, I have no comment on that. I have no idea. That's his statement, not mine.
President Trump, I think a bit about the off the Israeli attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. Can you comment on that? Is that accurate?
And they said the attack is what?
That you waved off an Israeli plan to attack Iranian nuclear facilities.
I wouldn't say waved off. I'm not in a rush to do it because I think that Iran has a chance to have a great country and to live happily without death. And I'd like to see that. That's my first option. If there's a second option, I think it would be very bad for Iran. And I think Iran is wanting to talk. I hope they're wanting to talk. It's going to be very good for them if they do. And I'd like to see Iran thrive in the future, do fantastically well. I know the Iranian people, they're incredible people. Always have been very smart, very energetic,
Hit the
very
like and
successful
subscribe
people.
button if you love President
And
Trump.
I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anybody. I really don't. But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's, pretty simple. It's really simple. We're not looking to take their industry. We're not looking to take their land. All we're saying is you can't have a nuclear weapon. The deal that was made with Obama, that deal would have expired already. It was a terrible deal. It would have expired. And that gave them a clear path to a nuclear weapon. I wouldn't have accepted. That's why I terminated the deal. Number one, it was way too short. When countries are involved, you don't make short-term deals. These are countries with long lives. And I terminated that. And it was a great termination because it didn't allow us to do anything. Once it terminated, you know what the deal was. It was a terrible deal. Really, one of many terrible deals made by the U.S. But no, I'd like to see Iran thrive. And they can do that, I think, very easily, or they can do it the other way. The other way is not going to be good for them. It's going to be really bad for them. Well, Jensen's an amazing guy. He's become a friend of mine, and I don't know, he's a person that's very proud of our country. He loves our country. I'm not worried about Jensen at all.
Will you take steps to return Kilmar ÁbregoGarcía to the United States and put him in front of a judge?
Well, I'm not involved in it. I'm going to respond by saying you'll have to speak to the lawyers, the DOJ. I've heard many things about him, and we'll have to find out what the truth is. But I will say this, we were inundated by millions of people, many millions of people during the Biden administration. They say 21 million. And a big percentage of those are criminals, serious criminals. I'm not saying just criminal because they came into the border illegally. I'm saying they're criminals at the highest level, murderers. Many of those people murdered more than one person, and they're on the loose. And I was elected to get rid of those criminals, to get them out of our country, or to put them away, but to get them out of our country. And I don't see how judges can take that authority away from a president. We've done an amazing job, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem. We have done an amazing job. Nobody can believe the job we've done. Far greater than what I said. I mean, I got elected on that, but we've done much better. We have right now 99% border. It's a 99%. Nobody thought that would even be, nobody's coming through our border practically. 2 weeks ago, we had 9 people come through, all for medical reasons. We allowed them. We brought them through because one had a heart attack, one had something else, all for medical reasons. We have a great border. We had a great border 4 years ago, but we have a border now that's even tighter, and we did that in a matter of weeks. And no, we have to. We need to get murderers and drug dealers and people that were in jail for horrible. They released jails, Georgia, from all over the world, and released them, not just South America, all over the world, the Congo and Africa. Many, many people come from the Congo. I don't know what that is, but they came from the Congo. And all over the world they came in, opened their jails. Venezuela, practically all of their prisoners released into our country. We took them because we had an incompetent administration called the Biden administration. And to think what they've done to our country. And I was elected to straighten that out. and I'm doing that. But we have activist judges that don't want murderers to be sent out of our country. They don't want killers and drug dealers and drug lords and people from mental institutions. They want them to stay in our country, I guess. I don't know, maybe that's the liberal way, or as they call it nowadays, the progressive way. But I don't think it's the way that our country believes, and that's why I won in a landslide. Okay.
You did say that you are confident these deals will be done, but you also said that you're in no rush. Americans are seeing prices rise. They're seeing it on their bills. How long can they expect that pain to last?
So they've already seen it get much better, because if you were truthful, which you're not, I know you very well, you have gasoline that hit $1.98 yesterday in a couple of states. You have gasoline's way down. The price of oil has dropped substantially. The price of groceries are substantially down. The price of eggs, when I came in, they hit me with eggs. I just got there. I was here for 1 week and they started screaming at me, eggs have gone through the roof. I said, I just got here. I was there for 7 days and I hear that eggs have gone through the roof before I got there. And they were screaming at me, the press, the fake news like you're fake. And the fake news is screaming at me like about eggs. I said, I've only been here, this is my 7th day. And they were right. They went up 87% and you couldn't get them. They said, you won't have eggs for Easter, which is coming up. Happy Easter, everybody. You won't have eggs for Easter. And we did an unbelievable job. And now eggs are all over the place and the price went down 92%. And our Commissioner of Agriculture, Brooke, has done a fantastic job. Literally done a fantastic job. So prices haven't gone up. The only thing that's gone up actually is interest rates, because we have a Federal Reserve Chairman that is playing politics. Somebody that I've never been very fond of, actually. But he's playing politics. Interest rates should be down now. They should be coming down. In Europe, as you know, they reduced them, I guess 7 times. It looks like they're going to reduce them again and again and again. But our guy wants to play cute. But interest rates are pretty much even. Maybe they went up just a slight bit, but that's the only thing. But that's because of the Federal Reserve, because they're not very smart people.
Do you
Go ahead, yes, sir, please. Go ahead, please.
Do you regret nominating him for all help?
Look, in the first 4 years, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Stock market went up 88 points. I think he's terrible, but I can't complain because we had the most successful administration economically in the history of our country. I think we're going to do even better this time, because you will see that the numbers that we're taking in are astronomical. We're taking in tremendous amounts of money with the tariffs. We were treated very unfairly on trade, and countries are having a hard time getting used to the fact that they can't do that to us anymore, because we have a real president. We have a president that understands what it's all about. We had presidents that, in some cases, were smart, but they didn't understand business, or they didn't like business, or, it wasn't like a priority. And then you had like the last administration, the only thing they were good at was cheating in elections. That's about all they could do. They couldn't do anything. They were useless. They were incompetent. Worst administration in the history of our country. Worse than Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter died a happy man. You know why? Because he wasn't the worst president. Joe Biden was. So I think you're going to see some fantastic numbers when this all happens. It's happening now. I mean, everybody wants to make a deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, we'll make the deal for them. Because that's what's going to happen. We'll just say, this is what it is. But we want to listen to everybody. And I think I can say for Scott and the other people that are working on it that we're listening, and we're going to be very fair to people. But, we're the one that really sets the deal, and that's what we'll be doing. Okay? Go ahead, please. Please.
A question to our Prime Minister.
Oh, you have a great Prime Minister. You're so lucky. Yes.
In italiano.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Okay.
I'm not sure that's what
Presidente Meloni, volevo sapere cosa pensava del fatto che il Presidente Trump ha considerato responsabile Zelensky della guerra in Ucraina E poi se avete parlato delle spese militari e qual è il limite massimo a cui ha detto che può arrivare l'Italia, le percentuali delle spese militari?
Abbiamo parlato dei limiti massimi a cui può arrivare l'Italia, abbiamo parlato del fatto che l'Italia sta mantenendo i suoi impegni perché arriverà al prossimo vertice della NATO con il 2% che era già previsto, che è stato sottoscritto dai governi precedenti, perché siamo una nazione seria, ma non abbiamo parlato poi di quanto vada aumentata questa percentuale, anche se siamo ovviamente consapevoli che insomma, il tema della difesa sia un tema particolarmente importante di questo tempo. Per quello che riguarda la guerra in Ucraina, lei sa come la penso che ci sia chiaramente diciamo ci sia stata un'invasione e che l'invasore da quel punto di vista fosse Putin e la Russia, ma non è questo che diciamo oggi quello che rivela il fatto che insieme vogliamo lavorare, stiamo lavorando per cercare di arrivare in Ucraina a una pace che possa essere giusta e duratura. Penso che questi siano gli sforzi sui quali condividiamo il nostro lavoro, abbiamo condiviso anche oggi il nostro lavoro.
That sounded absolutely, that was so beautiful. What the hell was that? What did she say, please? No, I mean, it sounded great. It was beautifully presented, but maybe I could hear what she said. Please, go ahead.
It was about asking.
Guys, hold it.
Have some respect, please.
Thank you. No, wait. I want to hear what she said. Go ahead.
Prime Minister Meloni was asked what she thinks about the fact that President Trump holds Zelensky responsible for the war in Ukraine. And Prime Minister Meloni answered, well, actually, we have no, and also if you talked about the military spending, and the raising of the military spending, and the first thing Prime Minister Meloni said is that no, actually, we didn't talk about the raise of military spending. Of course, Italy will keep its commitments with 2%, and then we will see, because we are absolutely aware of the fact that it is very important
well, I will do
defense
that.
Is very important.
Wait. I will do that. They've been asking if we decide on another percentage about this defense spendings, and I said NATO. Yes, NATO, and I said that Italy is reaching the 2% as it was already decided. We didn't speak about a specific other percentage, but we are aware of the fact that defense is important for the future, and we see what also the work that we are trying to do at the European level.
And I don't hold Zelensky responsible, but I'm not exactly thrilled with the fact that that war started. That was a war that would have never started if I were president. You'd have millions of people living right now that are dead. You'd have cities that would be open and thriving, and they'd have their beautiful turrets. Those turrets are the most beautiful in the world, but they're not with us any longer. They're smashed to smithereens, a million pieces, getting hit by rockets, bombs.
King Trump.
And so I'm not happy with him, and I'm not happy with anybody involved. I think it's a war. I know it's a war. It didn't happen for 4 years. It was never close to happening. It was never even a thought. And I spoke to President Putin about it a lot. It was the apple of his eye, but there's no way he would have ever gone in if I were president. Now I'm trying to get him to stop because, as you know, Russia's a lot bigger. It's a bigger military
Hit the like and subscribe button, guys.
If you're smart, you don't go involved and get involved in wars that you can blame the man that was sitting in the seat. Biden, he didn't know what the hell was going on, but I can guarantee you that, and everybody agrees to it, if I were president, that war would have never taken place. I'm not blaming him, but what I am saying is that I wouldn't say he's done the greatest job, okay? I'm not a big fan. I really am. I'm not a big fan. Go ahead.
Avete discusso di Cina, della possibilità che l'Europa poi avvicinarsi, diciamo, sulla Cina, and Mr. President, are you sure about the definition of parasite of European? Would you say again that European parasite?
It's never said.
Would you say again that
Have you ever said that Europeans are parasites?
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't said, I don't know.
You didn't say.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. No, wait, next. Go.
Meloni just said we want to make Europe great again, and we want to do it together.
Sure.
Did you? I guess that's what you said. Mr. Prime Minister, how are you going to do that? And are you looking to do it to counter China, who is really trying to gather influence against the United States?
I hope that Europe is going to be great again. Europe has gone through a lot of problems, and a lot of it's having to do with immigration. And I'm not a big fan of Europe and what they've done with immigration at all. And I think they got to get smart, because Europe is being very badly hurt by what they've done with immigration. Now, I'll say this, that the Prime Minister has taken a very tough stand on immigration. And I commented to her before, I said, I wish more people would be like you having to do with that subject, but they're not. Europe is very important to me. Europe is very important to the world. I want Europe to do very well. I think they have to get a lot smarter on immigration.
But we are beginning doing it. You've all seen now the policies of the European Union in the last, let's say, 2.5 years have been changing. Okay, at the beginning we were talking only about how we were redistributing illegal migrants coming to Italy. Now we are talking mainly about how to stop illegal migration, work with the countries of origin and transit, and to return people. The European Commission just did the new rules about repatriations and things like that. So things are changing, thanks also to the example that Italy brought in lowering the rates of illegal migration. So we are working now together, so I'm optimistic on that.
Good. I hope so. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
President Meloni, if you have discussed the option of starting to deal with Italy on telecommunications, and President Trump, if he wanted to see the Google company.
The Google what?
The Google company.
What about it?
Google business.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, well, we didn't discuss about Starlink. We've been discussing about defense space. We will work together also in the Mars missions. So there are big things to do together, but we didn't discuss it.
Subscribe for Donald J. Trump.
No, tariffs are making us rich. We were losing a lot of money under Biden, trillions of dollars, trillions on trade. And now that whole tide has turned. We're making a lot of money. We're taking in a lot of money. Don't forget, we're taking in 25% on cars, 25% on steel, 25% on aluminum, 10% baseline. We put penalties on China for sending us fentanyl. We put penalties on Mexico and Canada, 25% for allowing fentanyl and allowing the borders to be weak. Now we're taking in billions and billions of dollars while I sit here and talk to you. And we didn't take in anything before other than the tariffs that I put on previous to Biden, which were the tariffs I put on China, where we took in, up until this point, probably $700 billion. They were Trump tariffs. He tried to weaken them. He did everything he could. You know, he got paid money by China, right? The family got paid money, he did. And so I don't know, maybe that was the reason or maybe it wasn't, but he tried to weaken them, but he couldn't because there was so much money that his budgets, you know, they couldn't stand not doing it. But I took in the, up till this point, my tariffs on China. Nobody ever took in 10 cents from China. No other president took in 10 cents. I took in more than $700 billion from China. So we're doing very well. I mean, our country's doing very well. They had a bad report today from one of the healthcare companies that had an impact on the stock market. But this isn't about that. This is really, we're building a base. We're building a country like no other. And again, I had the strongest economy in the history of our country by far, history of any country, probably, but the history of our country in 4 years. And I think this has a chance to be much better.
Will that be signed here at the White House with Ukraine on Thursday? Will President Zelensky be coming here for that?
I don't know exactly. I'm going to leave that to Scott. What do you think? Where would it be signed and when?
Yeah, we're still working on the details. We're shooting for around April 25th.
Is there any more detail that you could tell us about what's in that deal and how it came together?
It's substantially what we agreed on previously when the president was here. We had a memorandum of understanding. We went straight to the big deal, and I think it's an 80-page agreement, and that's what will be signed.
Can you clarify on rate cuts? Do you intend to see Powell's firing if he doesn't change his stance on rate cuts? Or is that on the table, or is that on
Well, I think he should do the rate cuts because I think if Europe has done it, it puts us at a disadvantage to Europe. I mean, he plays right into their hands. So I think he should do the rate cuts. We don't have really inflation now. I just said the major things are going down. Oil is great. Oil is way ahead of schedule. And that's because of our policies. But oil is down into the $60, $65 range now per barrel. And I told you, in certain states we have less than $2 for gasoline. And food is down. Groceries, as we call it, are down. Other than interest rates, everything's down. Interest rates are pretty flat. And it's not that they're up, but we should be better than flat. We should, if he would lower the interest rate, I think would have a good impact on that too. But the costs are down. We have very little inflation. I would say we have essentially no inflation. Hard to have inflation when oil goes down, and oil goes down. When Biden came in, oil went through the roof. That's what caused our problem. That and his very dumb spending. But when the oil prices go down, and they have gone down a lot, we've gotten it down really good. We've opened it up and we've gotten them down. And that means that people driving cars are going to be paid $2 and $2.50 instead of $4.50. And, you know, even at the end, they tried just for the purpose of the election to get it down. But they had really lost that sucker. That was really, it was not good. But if they had won, oil right now would be at $7 or $8 because of their policy. And we're going to be at about $2. Could be even a little bit less than that. And you're starting to see it. So I don't know how you can have inflation when oil has come down quite a bit. And I would say the Fed really owes it to the American people to get interest rates down. That's the only thing he's good for. And he would have an effect on that if he lowered them. And I think at some point he will. He's going to have a lot of political pressure. You know, they are political also. And I think there's a lot of political pressure for him to lower interest rates. Okay? Yeah, go ahead. Please.
Do you think that Italy can be your best ally in Europe and also German notice when you walk into the comments?
Only if the Prime Minister remains a Prime Minister can it be our best. she's doing a great job. And yeah, certainly one of our great allies, not just in Europe, anywhere. She's a fantastic person and doing a great job. And our relationship is great. And we have a lot of Italians in this country, I tell you, and they like Trump, and they voted for Trump. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But first, allow me to introduce you to the new face of hypocrisy, hysteria, feigned moral outrage inside the Democratic Party. That would be Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen. Now, when Joe Biden allowed an estimated, 12+ million unvetted illegal immigrants to pour into our country, including known terrorists, murderers, rapists, cartel members, gang members, Van Hollen did nothing and he said nothing. When Maryland Mother of 5, Rachel Morin, was raped brutally, murdered brutally by an illegal immigrant from El Salvador on a Maryland hiking trail. Van Hollen could only be bothered to release a short written statement to a news outlet. When 20-year-old Maryland woman Kayla Hamilton was raped and murdered in her own Maryland home by another illegal immigrant from El Salvador, Chris Van Hollen expressed zero public outrage. But now that a citizen from El Salvador, not Maryland, who entered our country illegally and was accused of assaulting his own wife and accused of our own federal government under 2 administrations of violent gang activity, now that this illegal immigrant has been deported back to his home, all of a sudden, Chris Van Hollen is all up in arms. He has found his voice. He is outraged. In the past 48 hours, Van Hollen has rushed in front of every microphone, every camera he could find, giving one impassioned plea after another, vowing to rescue and bring back to America this illegal immigrant that got deported. And today, Chris Van Hollen flew to El Salvador for the dumbest, most pointless political stunt in recent history. We'll let you decide. Take a look.
I'm here at the airport. I'm about to board my flight for San Salvador. The goal of this mission is to let the Trump administration, to let the government of El Salvador know that we are going to keep fighting to bring ÁbregoGarcía home.
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar, ÁbregoGarcía. And I won't stop trying, and I can assure the president, the vice president, that I may be the first United States senator to visit El Salvador on this issue, but there will be more, and there will be more members of Congress coming.
I tend to doubt it, but by the way, if he is successful, maybe he can invite him to live with him. It's no surprise Van Hollen left empty-handed. He couldn't even get a phone call with this illegal immigrant, much less secure his release from an El Salvador jail. But Chris Van Hollen is still vowing to, quote, bring him home. Good luck with that. Now, Chris, he is home. He is not a Maryland man like you and every other Democrat and everyone in the state-run legacy media mob is claiming. He's not an American. He's not your constituent. He was not in our country legally, according to a report, John Solomon. He even admitted to police that he entered our country illegally. In other words, you're a lawmaker, right? Didn't follow our laws, didn't respect our borders or our sovereignty. He had no right to be here. And you know who should still be here, safe and sound, in your state of Maryland? That would be Kayla Hamilton and Rachel Morin. But you didn't lift a finger for Rachel or her family or anyone in your state or anyone in this country to protect them from the likes of those illegals that murdered them or involved with them. And Chris Van Hollen, well, couldn't be bothered with their safety and security. To be honest, he's barely said anything at all about these 2 victims of illegal immigration. He might not even know who they are. Chris Van Hollen is a disgrace to the entire state of Maryland, frankly, to the entire country. You know, this performative art is just a joke. He's lying, he's grandstanding, it's frankly repulsive. He should be ashamed of himself. Better yet, maybe he should take some time and listen to Rachel Morin's mother and reevaluate his entire political career. Here's what she said on our show last night. Take a look. Did you ever get a call from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Alejandro Mayorkas or your Senator Van Hollen, who made a big deal about he's going to go to El Salvador and bring home this one illegal from El Salvador, who Democrats are saying had no business being sent back to his home country? Did they ever call you? And what are your thoughts on your senator going to bat for this illegal? But did he ever say anything to you and your family about your loss? To ever call you, ever take the time to be with you?
No, actually, I'm very angry. I'm actually outraged, but I'm too sad at the moment to show anger at the same time. He did not call our family. He did not give condolences. There was no action on the Democratic Party in any way, from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Mayorkas, anyone here in Maryland, none of the senators did anything to help search for the murderer of my daughter.
Now, in case the senator did miss our show, only hours ago, Patty Morin had this to say at the White House briefing with Caroline Leavitt, and Caroline will also join us later in the show. Take a look.
Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledge my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this.
I've said it before, I will say it again. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Mayorkas, and everybody that stood by silently and didn't lift a finger to secure our border, as far as I'm concerned, they all have blood on their hands. And by the way, they did not have the courage to even call these families, Lake and Riley's family. They didn't have the courage to call Jocelyn Ungary's family, or, in this case, Rachel Morin's mother. Why not? And why didn't they speak out about Biden's open borders? Why didn't they seem to have even the slightest interest in honoring Rachel Morin or any of the other victims of illegal immigration? Senator Van Hollen needs to sit down or shut up, or maybe he could just stay in El Salvador. To be honest, Van Hollen should be thanking President Trump for doing something he himself never had the courage to do, protecting the people, the moms and dads, the sons and daughters of children in Maryland, and deporting illegal immigrants who never should be in our country at all. If they want to come in our country, come in legally. We'll have a lot more on this in just a moment with Caroline Leavitt. Joining us now first is the U.S. Attorney General. Pam Bondi is with us. Pam, great to see you. I want to put up on the screen a timeline because there seems to be, in the media especially, a narrative that is completely and totally and utterly false regarding, quote, Mr. Garcia. And not one but 2 courts actually said he was an MS-13 gang member and identified him as such. Can you please explain what you know about him?
Yeah, Sean, factually, this is an extremely disturbing case. And as a career prosecutor, it is even more disturbing. Every American tonight should be thanking Donald Trump for making America safer by getting this guy out of our country. I'm going to call him a terrorist because he has been designated as a member of a terrorist organization. So this illegal alien terrorist came into our country illegally in March of 2012. We know that because he admitted that when he was stopped in 2019 by the anti-gang squad. They stopped him at a Home Depot with 3 other members. And here's what's very important. He was wearing a sweatshirt with gang insignia on it. The guy he was with, another MS-13 known member, would have had a tattoo with very similar insignia on it. ICE declared him as a member of MS-13. The police officers, the gang unit, declared him as a member of MS-13. And also, they independently went to a reliable, confidential informant who said, not only is he a member of MS-13, he gave them the clique, the Westerns, and he was called a Chicao, which is one of the higher-ranking MS-13 members. So they rightfully detained him, rightfully. An immigration judge agreed, an appellate immigration judge agreed. Now here's where it gets even more frightening. In 2021, his girlfriend previously, his wife at the time, who he had married in jail after he'd gotten numerous tickets, didn't show up for court. He marries her in jail. She has a baby with him. And as a career domestic violence prosecutor, too, I know it takes a lot for any woman to come into court and say they're a victim of domestic violence. This woman came into court twice, getting a restraining order against him, saying it's horrific. He had beaten her. He had punched her in the eye. He had ripped her clothes off. What causes a young mother to do this? Her child was with her. She talked about her child in the petition for an injunction for safety. Ultimately, she didn't show up for court. That's your typical domestic violence victim. But this victim was even braver because she was married to one of the top MS-13 members who is illegally in our country and a terrorist. So now he gets...
Oh, go ahead,
Go ahead,
sorry,
Sean.
finish. No, you finish.
So, Sean, he, under Donald Trump's incredible plan to get these alien enemies, these terrorists, out of our country, he is deported. He is deported back to where he came from, El Salvador. He is sitting in a prison, and every American should be thanking President Trump tonight, and every liberal journalist who has called him a Maryland man and saying he was rightfully in this country should be apologizing tonight to President Trump.
Well, I'm trying to understand that part, and I'm looking at the timeline. I'm looking what the courts have said about him. I'm looking about what ICE has said about him. I'm looking about even though I'm having a hard time understanding why his wife is advocating for him to come back. Why is everybody saying he's a man from Maryland? What do you make of Senator Van Hollen and, this performative art that he's involved in El Salvador, and of which he was unsuccessful today?
Well, America is safer because he is gone. Maryland is safer because he is gone. And that woman that he is married to and that child he had with her, they are safer tonight because he is out of our country and sitting in El Salvador where he belongs. These people are there saying because we needed to do the government needed to do one extra step, they're saying, of paperwork. Here's why. Because initially he claimed there was a rival gang. So he's saying he's a gang member. There's a rival gang in El Salvador, which no longer exists, by the way, that could have hurt him if he had gone back to El Salvador. So there was no ending for him, none, where he would end up staying in this country. And President Bukele made it crystal clear that he is not returning him to our country. Our only job legally was to facilitate it if, according to the Supreme Court, President Bukele wanted him to come back to our country, and he does not want him back, and we do not want him back in our country.
Yeah. All right, Attorney General Pam Bondi, thank you for setting the record straight. As always, we appreciate it. Now, unfortunately, Chris Van Hollen is not the only dishonest Democrat, now feigning moral outrage over an illegal immigrant while all but ignoring the victims of illegal immigration. According to the Media Research Center, ABC, CBS, NBC, they spent 0 minutes on the trial for Rachel Morin's killer. At the same time, they spent over an hour covering the illegal immigrant that was deported to El Salvador. That makes sense? The state-run legacy media mob likes to call him a Maryland man, as we've been telling you, even though he's not from Maryland, has no right to be in Maryland, and has been deported back to his home country. Take a look.
Exactly 1 month ago, the Trump administration abducted and imprisoned a Maryland man named Kilmar ÁbregoGarcía. They flew him and hundreds of other men to a prison in El Salvador.
Kilmar ÁbregoGarcía, the Maryland man.
A Maryland man.
Maryland man.
The growing calls to return the Maryland man.
That Maryland man.
The Maryland man. That fate of that Maryland man. In the case of a Maryland father, the wrongful deportation of a Maryland man to El Salvador.
He is, of course, the Maryland man now held in El Salvador's mega prison.
And just imagine if I snuck into any country, let's pick Canada, for example, and while getting deported, everyone referred to me as that Canadian man, that Montreal man. This is the literal definition of fake news, or as they like to call it, misinformation, or if you prefer, a cheap fake. Anyway, here now with reaction, it is time for the Hannity press briefing with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Boy, very powerful. Well, I think actually all of your press briefings are pretty powerful because I love watching the liberal media melt and bubble and fizz like Alka-Seltzer and water, but it was powerful. We had Patty, Rachel's mom, on this show last night, and what she said at that podium today was extremely powerful, which is why I assume you decided, you know what, that's enough for today. I think that speaks for itself. What was that like for you?
It was incredibly difficult, Sean, to stand beside Patty Morin, a mother who has experienced every mother's worst nightmare. And it was incredibly powerful to listen to her words because they are the truth. The brutal truth about what happened to her beautiful daughter at the hands of a heinous monster who should have never been allowed into our country in the first place. And Patty was so courageous and brave to share the gruesome details about her daughter's murder. And thank goodness our justice system convicted this illegal alien criminal murderer of the heinous killing of Patty's daughter. And I was so honored to stand beside her today. And it speaks to she also spoke to just the lack of common sense by today's modern day Democrat Party, because you have a senator in Maryland who is supposed to serve his constituents, including Patty Morin and Rachel Morin and their family. And instead, he is spending more time wasting taxpayer dollars flying to a foreign country in an attempt to bring back an illegal criminal alien foreign terrorist gang member than he ever gave the time to Patty Morin and her mourning family over the loss of his constituent. This shows you how deranged the modern day Democrat Party has truly become. And we are incredibly grateful for Patty for her willingness and her request to share her story at the White House briefing room today.
Well, we see that they're silent when we see these acts of domestic terrorism against Tesla. We see that the Democratic Party is now the party of championing the right of men to play women's sports, putting the rights of the illegals over the safety of Americans, screaming bloody murder, and that we're experiencing a constitutional crisis. If we cut out waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption, that is the party that they now represent. That's fine if that's where they want to be. Do we have an update? I know that there was discussions today regarding trade and tariffs with Japan. I expect that probably a lot of countries are going to be signing deals in the days and weeks ahead. Can you update us?
I don't have an update for you. I actually just left a dinner with the president and Patty Morin and some great faith leaders in celebration of Holy Week. So I haven't checked in with our Secretary of Treasury or Jamison Greer, our United States Trade Ambassador, yet. However, I did run into the Secretary of Treasury, and he told me the meetings were productive and they were moving along, and they were here for quite some time. And the president met directly with one of the trade representatives from Japan because the president wants to be involved in these negotiations and these talks. And I think it speaks volumes about the number of countries we have seen come to the table, reaching out to this administration to cut deals. It's because the entire world knows they need to do business with the United States of America. And China knows that too, Sean. And as President Trump directed me to say yesterday, it remains true tonight. The ball is in China's court. They need to do business with the United States. They need the best thing on the face of the planet, and that is the American consumer. And we are the best place in the world to do business. And the rest of the world knows that, and that's why Japan was here today to negotiate a trade deal.
It's kind of a simple concept. If a country wants free and fair trade, or if they want to put tariffs on us, they'll have reciprocal tariffs. It doesn't seem that complicated. And if they're going to put barriers up to products being sold in their country, we'll do the same back to them. If they don't want to do it, then it'll be really free and fair trade, and that would be something that has not happened in our country in, what, 50 years, 60 years? Anyway, Caroline Levitt, we appreciate you being with us. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Good morning. Good morning. With me here today, I have our great Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, Representative Laurel Libby of the Maine State House, Linnea Saltz of IWF Women's Sports Advocate, Stephanie Turner, a fencer, Zoe Hutchison, a Maine athlete, Cassidy Carlisle, a Maine athlete, and my dear friend, you all know, Riley Gaines. who has been a champion on this issue for women. Today, the Department of Justice is announcing a civil lawsuit against the Maine Department of Education. The state of Maine is discriminating against women by failing to protect women in women's sports. Pretty basic stuff. This is a violation of Title IX. The Department of Justice will not sit by when women are discriminated against in sports. This is about sports. This is also about these young women's personal safety. I've met many of these women throughout the past weeks and months, and what they have been through is horrific. We have exhausted every other remedy. We tried to get Maine to comply. We don't like standing up here and filing lawsuits. We want to get states to comply with us. That's what this is about. We have repeatedly notified Maine of its infractions and urged them to remedy the situation to protect women. We've stripped grants from Maine through other departments, and we are going to continue to fight for women. Let me give you some examples. Let me give you a timeline. This timeline, I think, is pretty important. So in February 2024, these are just a few examples. A biological boy started competing in women's ski races and cross-country races in Maine. He came in first in the 5K with a time that would have been 43rd among men. In February 2025, a biological boy won first place in the pole vaulting competition in Maine's indoor.
Hit the like and subscribe button if you guys are
He
new.
beat every other girl by a significant margin. That qualified him for regional championship. That took a spot away from a young woman in women's sports. Shame on him. February 21st, 2025, President Trump has the governors at the White House. President Trump has the exchange with Janet Mills. He asked her about the issue. Her response, "We'll see you in court." Well, we still didn't sue. HHS and the Department of Ed opened investigations in an attempt to get them to comply. They both found violations. And in March, Maine refused to comply. I want to read you this letter. This is from the Maine Attorney General to the Department of Education. We will not sign the resolution agreement. We do not have revisions or a counterproposal. We agree we are at an impasse. Nothing in Title IX or its implementing regulations prohibits schools from allowing transgender girls and women to participate on girls' and women's sports teams. Well, they must not be reading the same Title IX that we're reading. We believe they are failing to protect women, and it's not only an issue in sports. It is a public safety issue. These boys are allowed to go in women's restrooms. They are allowed to go in the women's dressing rooms and get fully naked and change in biological boys and change clothes in front of these young women. Maine's leadership has refused to comply at every turn. So now we have no other choice. We are taking them to court. What we are seeking an injunction to get them to stop this, stop what they're doing. That's pretty simple. And we are seeking to have the titles returned to the young women who rightfully won these sports. And we are also considering whether to retroactively pull all the funding that they have received for not complying in the past. And I'm so proud of these brave young women standing behind me. I see lots of parents in the front too, and I've met you. Thank you to the parents for supporting your daughters and telling them it's okay to fight back and stand up for what they believe in. Some of these young women have endured vicious injuries too as a result of boys playing in their sports. It's my honor now to introduce to you our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon.
Good morning, everyone. I don't think our case could have been stated any better than it was just presented by our Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And I thank you very much for your participation this morning, and I will echo Attorney General's comments about how brave these women are, these young women. And of course, Riley Gaines has been a staunch advocate for the Title IX infractions, since she came on board, and we're so proud to have Riley out there as such a prominent spokesperson. So today we're announcing a weighty development in the Title IX investigation into the Maine Department of Education. We, the Department of Education, analyzed Maine's Education Department for compliance with Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, which prohibits sex-based discrimination in any school or education program that receives federal funding. Unfortunately, our investigation has found that Maine continues to willfully violate Title IX and to strip the civil rights of female athletes in the state. And as Pam alluded as well, it's not just about their civil rights, it's about their safety. And we, after our investigation, we found we really had no other choice. We thought the infractions warranted turning them over to the Justice Department for their further investigation. So how do we get here? On February 5th, President Trump signed the executive order keeping men out of women's sports, which directed all states and educational programs receiving federal funds to cease the practice of allowing males to compete in sports programs for women. They didn't make this up. This is the law. This is Title IX. This executive order was aimed at protecting women like fencer Stephanie Turner or volleyball player Peyton McNabb from being injured and unfairly outmatched by male athletes. President Trump didn't pull any punches. He explicitly warned Maine and Governor Janet Mills that Maine would risk losing federal funding if it continued to allow males to participate in women's sports. Governor Mills chose to openly flout Title IX compliance, telling President Trump, and I'll repeat what the general said, "We'll see you in court," and obviously we are going to. That same day, our Office for Civil Rights opened an investigation into the Maine Department of Education and Maine School Administrative District number 51 for permitting males in girls' sports and denying female-only intimate facilities. The department's investigation confirmed Maine's Title IX violations, and we offered Maine leaders multiple opportunities to change their policy and to protect women in sports, and they have refused. So now as DOJ begins their enforcement actions, I hope Governor Mills will recognize that her political feud with the president will deprive the students in her state of much more than the right to fair sporting events. After all, compliance with federal civil rights law is a universal prerequisite for receiving federal funding. The Trump administration could not be any clearer to all states, sports leagues, and educational institutions. We take the violations of women's civil rights very seriously. I have 3 granddaughters, and I want to make sure that they are treated fairly and that they aren't exposed, in dressing rooms. We want to make sure that if you open women's sports or intimate facilities to males, you expose yourself to federal civil rights investigations. Governor Mills will definitely get her wish. We thank you all for being here this morning. Look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you, Secretary. I'd now like to introduce to you State Rep Laurel Libby from Maine, who has been a champion for these young women in the state of Maine. And thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. It's unfortunate that we have to be here today because Governor Mills and legislative Democrats, along with the Maine Principals Association, continue to persist in discriminating against Maine women and girls. They are out of alignment with 2/3 of Mainers who believe that biological males have no place in girls' sports. Earlier this week, MSAD 70 School Board voted unanimously to align with Title IX. They're in alignment with 2/3 of my fellow Mainers. And I would encourage other school boards throughout Maine, I would exhort you to speak up for Maine girls similarly and vote to align with Title IX. I thank you to the Trump administration and AG Bondi for taking action on behalf of our girls and helping to ensure a safe, fair, and level playing field in Maine.
Thank you. You know, President Trump, before he was elected, this has been a huge issue for him. Pretty simple. Girls play in girls' sports, boys play in boys' sports. Men play in men's sports, women play in women's sports. And he got to know a great young woman during that time named Riley Gaines. And we are all so proud and honored to have her here with us. Riley has been a champion nationally for this issue. Riley, please join us.
Well, goodness gracious, it's an honor to be here, to stand beside, of course, Secretary McMahon, Attorney General Bondi, these amazingly brave athletes, Representative Libby. But truthfully, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that we have to be here, that we as women have to stand before you all on national television demanding equal opportunities, demanding privacy in areas of undressing, demanding safety in our sports. Amazing to me that we are still here fighting this fight, that the Democratic Party has really doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on their ridiculous stance, but that's exactly what they've done. Let me tell you what sports has done in my life. Of course, in terms of athletic achievement, I very proudly finished my career as a 12-time NCAA All-American, a 5-time SEC champion, actually the SEC record holder in the 200 butterfly, making me one of the fastest Americans of all time. A 2-time Olympic trial qualifier, SEC Scholar Athlete of the Year, SEC Community Service Leader of the Year. The list goes on, but again, just to really reiterate, it's a lifelong journey. It's how I met my husband. It's what gave me my lifelong friends. It taught me how to be a leader. It taught me how to set goals and work to achieve those goals. All things that, of course, I'm utilizing in my life now beyond sports, that leadership in Maine, Governor Mills, Democratic leadership really across the nation, that's what they're denying girls and women of. I'm sure you guys saw the clips and the visuals that surfaced following President Trump's executive order signing of this EO, barring men from participating in women's sports within any educational program that receives federal funding. And it was the most amazing thing to be there. And you have all of these young girls. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. They've got their jerseys on, their sports uniforms, their big bows in their hair that they wear on the soccer field. That visual means more to me than I could possibly put into words. And that is what is at stake here. That is who Governor Mills is fighting, not Donald Trump. It's those little girls. And I believe that's sick. It's regressive is what it is. They do this under the guise of progress, indicating we are moving in the positive forward direction. No, what Governor Mills is doing, and again, Democratic governors across the nation, is deeply regressive and utterly misogynistic. Over the past 3 years, I've had the opportunity to speak to countless girls in Maine and again across the country, countless parents, coaches who all virtually say the same thing. Why wouldn't anyone protect my athlete? Why wouldn't anyone protect my daughter? Why wouldn't anyone protect me? I've talked to girls who have lost roster spots, of course, podium finishes. I've talked to girls who have been exploited and simultaneously exposed to naked men in intimate areas of undressing. I've talked to girls who have been severely injured in their sports due to a male player on the opposing team. For crying out loud, we have a female representative from Maine, Laura Libby, you just heard from her. She didn't tell you what happened to her. She lost her ability to vote and to speak on the House floor for defending girls and women, for posting about what was happening in Maine. No, this type of oppression didn't happen in Afghanistan. No, this type of censorship didn't happen in England. It happened right here in America under Democratic leadership. Again, this isn't progress. I would describe this as betrayal. Let this be a notice, these actions that we have seen put forward today by the Department of Justice, by the Department of Education, to all other states who are not willing to comply with federal law, that federal law being Title IX, which is very clear in how it was originally implemented, or at least it should be. We never knew we had to define this word sex until these both elected and unelected bureaucrats started to go through the back door and reinterpret this word to mean what they want it to mean. Originally implemented in 1972, it was only 37 words, very brief. Ultimately, of course, preventing sex-based discrimination. Let this be a notice. California, Minnesota, the likes thereof. If you do not comply with federal law, you do not get to reap the benefits of complying with federal law. Of course, one of those benefits being receiving federal funds. Women are protected and recognized under federal law, again, that law being Title IX. The U.S. government under President Trump, including the Department of Justice, including the Department of Education, will not stand by and ignore when the federally protected rights of women and girls are being violated. Again, that encounter between Governor Mills and President Trump went viral for really all of the right reasons. I think she thought she had this mic drop moment when she said, "I'll see you in court." Guess what? You will, because President Trump is a man of his promises. That was his campaign slogan. That's what we've seen delivered. Promises made, promises kept. This is another one. People, the American people, girls, women, boys, men, old, young, white, black, gay, straight, none of those identity factors matter. We want transparency and we want accountability. Again, we voted overwhelmingly in favor of that on November 5th. And accountability is back in the White House. So I stand before you all today, and I thank you, again, Secretary McMahon, Attorney General Bondi. I thank you on behalf of course, myself, but I think more importantly, my younger sister, of all the women and girls who have dreams, like I did when I was young, to achieve, to succeed in my sport and beyond. So thank you.
Riley, thank you. And Zoe would now like to say something. Tell us about your sport too, Zoe.
So I compete in soccer and indoor track and outdoor track. And like was mentioned previously today, I had to watch at the Maine Class B State Indoor Track Championship as my close friend and my teammate and other female competitors lost the state championship to a biological male. And this was heartbreaking for me to have to watch. And Riley said that it's betrayal, and that's what it is. It is the job of our elected officials to protect our young female athletes, and they have failed to do that. We walk into sports expecting to have a level playing field, and to walk into the state championship to see a biological male there and to lose to a biological male, that's betrayal. And so I am extremely grateful to AG Bondi for standing up for us when our elected officials aren't doing that. And on behalf of the girl athletes in Maine, I just want to say thank you all, and I look forward to having a level playing field back after this fight. So thank you.
And Cassidy wants to say a few words.
My first experience was when I was 13 years old. I was going to change for gym, and I walked into the locker room, and there was a biological male there. From that point on, my junior year, I competed in Nordic skiing and lost to a biological male numerous of times. I am fighting this fight for generations to come. And the fact that our governor can look the women of our state in the eyes and say, hey, I'm not going to fight for you, is heartbreaking and it's betrayal, like Riley said. I just want to thank all these women standing behind me and President Trump for fighting for us. Because even though my own governor isn't fighting for me, I know there are people out there fighting for me.
It takes a lot for these young women to be standing up here saying this too. And again, I'm looking at their amazing parents in the front row who have supported them, who I've gotten to know, who are protecting them every step of the way and telling them that they have a voice to stand up for themselves and future generations of young women to come and many athletes. Kate, should we take some questions? Questions?
Mary Margaret, Kilmar.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I wanted to ask if there's other states that you're focused on. Which ones are next for these types of abuses, including men and women's prisons?
Well, first we're looking at, for this, we're looking at Minnesota. We're looking at California. We're looking at many, many states, but they are the top two that should be on notice because we've been communicating with them. And just like Maine, we're not going out there. We don't want to be suing people. We want them to comply with the law. And that's what we're doing. We have given them opportunity, Maine, and opportunity over and over again. The Department of Education, HHS, they went and sat down with them in person, multiple meetings, and got nowhere. So now this is where we are because they refuse to protect young women in their state. So yes, Minnesota, California, multiple states. As far as prisons, had nothing to do with Title IX. We took away funding from Maine as well. We decided to go a different direction in our grants because we saw one reason they allowed a 6'1", 245 giant man who had violently, no murders, nice, but he had violently murdered his parents with a knife and the family dog, serving life in prison, and he chose to identify as a woman. So guess where he's being housed? In a female prison in Maine. So therefore, my office, we don't want to give any more money to the Department of Corrections in Maine if that's how they're going to act. We're going a different direction in our funding.
Sadie with the Journal.
Hi there. So Maine's governor yesterday said there were maybe at most 2 trans athletes in Maine schools right now. I just was hoping you could talk a little bit about the sort of amount of federal resources that you're putting into this and why that's worth it given the small impact in Maine.
Smash the like and subscribe button if you're new to the channel.
Given that it has some of the same elements as the fire bombings of Tesla dealerships that you charged federally and called domestic terrorism, I'm wondering if you would say the arson at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's house would also be domestic terrorism and something you would investigate federally, and if not, what constitutes domestic terrorism?
Okay, so first the on-topic question about the, I haven't heard Janet Mills' comment. Governor Mills said it's only a couple trans athletes. Well, I think those are boys who identify as girls wanting to beat girls in girls' sports. Well, if one young woman is in jeopardy, one, that's enough for us to be standing up here. One, no boy will be undressing in a girl's locker room. No boy will be walking in a woman's restroom. And no boy, when we're finished with this, will be beating young girls in sports. These young women have, many of them have trained, since you were in elementary school for your sport? Riley, when did you start swimming? 4 years old. They have trained their entire lives. Some of them have lost scholarships. They have lost regionals. They have lost state because of boys. I don't care if it's 1. I don't care if it's 2. I don't care if it's 100. It's going to stop, and it's going to stop in every single state. Tesla. You ask about, yes, Tesla. You ask about, so I spoke to Governor Shapiro. I think you're referring to his governor's mansion. I spoke to him. It is absolutely horrific what happened to him. Kash Patel also spoke to him. We have been.
Yes, we're great. Hit the like and subscribe button.
It was horrible. I firmly believe they wanted to kill him. The defendant allegedly said he was going to use a hammer if he could have gotten to the governor. I've known the governor many, many years. It is horrible. And yes, we are working with state authorities to do, it's now a pending investigation, anything we can to help convict the person that did this and keep them behind bars as long as possible.
David?
I have 2 questions, one on topic and one off topic. I'll start with the on topic. Minnesota and California, you mentioned
you're looking at them. Are there active investigations into those states? Are there conversations? In which state do you expect to be next based on those conversations?
Both. We have reached out to them. We have sent them letters. We're in the same posture we were in the beginning here with Maine. So let's see what they do. Let's hope they comply. Again, we don't want to sue anyone. We just want you to comply with federal law and protect girls, period. But yes, we are fully prepared to sue them and others that we will be looking at as well.
And then my off-topic, big topic over the past few weeks, Kilmar Abrego-Garcia in Maryland. He's in a prison now in El Salvador. He was sent there. You insist, the president, everybody in the administration insists that he's MS-13. It appears that there's not going to be any sort of trial. He's not going to come back. DHS said he would be arrested and redeported if he comes back. Why not show the American people the evidence that he's MS-13 so they can make an informed decision? And that goes the same with this Henry Josue Santos, who was picked up in Virginia, who is now presumably going to be deported as well. Why not show the public the evidence?
Well, he is an illegal alien who has been living illegally in our country from El Salvador. ICE testified, an immigration judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. An appellate judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. Hard stop. He should not be in our country. He was deported. They needed one additional step in paperwork, but now MS-13 is characterized as they should be, as an FTO, as a foreign terrorist organization. So he is not coming back to our country. President Bukele said he was not sending him back. That's the end of the story. If he wanted to send him back, we would give him a plane ride back. There was no situation ever where he was going to stay in this country. None. He would have come back, had one extra step of paperwork, and gone back again. But he's from El Salvador, he's in El Salvador, and that's where the president plans on keeping him.
The evidence, we're not going to see the evidence.
We have the transcripts from the court hearings. I'll be glad to give you the court hearings from 2019, what we have, sure. With the rulings from the judges, gladly.
All right, last one, Reagan.
Reagan Race, Daily Caller. Madam Attorney General, there's a Maine school board, MSA D number 70, which voted unanimously on Monday to defy the governor and to comply with Title IX. With the action you're taking today, will it be possible to exempt schools that comply from any future punishment?
Yes. And I think that was very brave and bold of that school board. We just saw that as well. That the question was one school board in Maine voted to comply. And again, that's all we wanted was compliance. So yes, we will not be going after them, looking at them in this lawsuit because they are complying and they're protecting women in women's sports. Thank you.
I'm going to go over some of the key numbers from the ADDM report. Overall, the autism is increasing in prevalence at an alarming rate. The study tests 8-year-olds who were born in 2014. And by the way, these studies are 2 years later than they should be. And one of the things that we're going to do as we move this function to the Administration for a Healthy America, to the Chronic Disease Division, the new Chronic Disease Division, is we are going to have updated real-time data so that people can look at this, so Americans can understand what is happening with chronic disease in this country in real time. And I have to wait 2 years to react. We don't wait 2 years to react to a measles epidemic, and we should not, or any kind of infectious disease. We shouldn't have to do that for diabetes or autism. The ASD prevalence rate in 8-year-olds is now 1 in 31. Shocking. There's an extreme risk for boys. Overall, the risk for boys of getting an autism diagnosis in this country is now 1 in 20. And as high in California, which has the best data collection, So it probably also reflects the national trend, 1 in 12.5 boys. This is part of an unrelenting upward trend. The prevalence 2 years ago was 1 in 36. Since the first ADDM report in 1990, which was 1992 births, autism has increased by a factor of 4.8. That's 480%, I believe. The first ADDM survey was 22 years ago when prevalence was 1 in 150 children. In all the core states, the trend is consistently upward, and most cases now are severe. So about 25% of the kids who are diagnosed with autism are nonverbal, non-toilet trained, and have other stereotypical features, head banging, tactile and light sensitivities, stimming, toe walking, etc. One of the things that I think that we need to move away from today is this ideology that the autism diagnosis, that the autism prevalence increases, the relentless increases, are simply artifacts of better diagnoses, better recognition, or changing diagnostic criteria. If you look at Table 3 of the ADDM report, it's clear that the rates are real, that they are increasing in the last 10 years, which is beginning with the first one, year by year, there is a steady, relentless increase. I want to, because this epidemic denial has become a feature in the mainstream media, and it's based on an industry canard. And obviously, there are people who don't want us to look at environmental exposures. And so I want to just read you some of a little excerpts from some of the older studies. The baseline for autism in this country was established with the largest epidemiological study in history. A study of all 900,000 children in the state of Wisconsin, children under the age of 12. They found 0.7 children had autism in every 10,000. That's less than 1 in 10,000. Today we're 1 in 31. That study also confirmed the 4-to-1 male to female ratio. There were at that time just over 60 children in Wisconsin with autism. And today it's around 20,000. In 1987, there was another exhaustive study, a peer-reviewed study in North Dakota, set out to count every child in the state with a pervasive developmental disorder, including autism. That study meticulously combed through every record, every diagnosis, and even conducted in-person assessments of the entire population of 180,000 children under 18. The autism rate they found was 3.3 per 10,000, so that's in line with the 1 in 10,000 that was found in Wisconsin 17 years earlier. For context, today the last number, 1 in 36, is 83 times higher. In 1987, out of every 1 million kids, 330 were diagnosed with autism. Today, there are 27,777 for every million. If you accept the epidemic deniers narrative, you have to believe that researchers in North Dakota missed 98.8% of the children with autism. That thousands of profoundly disabled children were somehow invisible to doctors, teachers, parents, and even their own study. The same researchers who followed the original cohort for 12 years to double check their number, they went back in 2000 and found that they had missed exactly one child. So doctors and therapists in the past were not stupid. They weren't missing all these cases. The epidemic is real. Between 1959 and 1965, researchers from 14 hospitals associated with major universities undertook the National Collaborative Perinatal Project, tracking 30,000 children from birth to age 8. This was no half-baked survey-based analysis. The study conducted 9 separate screenings covering neurology, psychology, speech, language, hearing, and visual function. Every developmental quirk, anomaly, and disorder was logged with painstaking detail. Autism, a condition characterized by profound impairments in social communication and behavior, would have stood out like a neon sign. There were 14 cases, that's 4.7 per 10,000. So we know what the historic numbers are, and we know what the numbers are today, and it's time for everybody to stop attributing this to this ideology of epidemic denial. And it was in 2009, the California state legislature charged the Mind Institute at UC Davis because this myth was already becoming pervasive, the myth of epidemic denial was already becoming pervasive in the mainstream media. The California legislature directed the Mind Institute at UC Davis to answer the question. And Irva Hertz-Pichota, who's a highly esteemed, revered scientist, neurology, and epidemiologist, came back with a definitive answer: the epidemic is real. Only a very, very small portion of it can be changed to can be charged to better recognition or better diagnostic criteria. I want to say a couple of other things. There are many, many other studies that affirm this, and instead of listening to this canard of epidemic denial, all you have to do is start reading a little science, because the answer is very clear. And this is catastrophic for our country. There's a recent study by Blaxel et al., and a team of other researchers, that said that the cost of treating autism in this country by 2035, so within 10 years, will be $1 trillion a year. This is already astronomical healthcare costs. And then there's an individual injury. These are kids this is a preventable disease. We know it's an environmental exposure. It has to be. Genes do not cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability. You need an environmental toxin. And Irva Hertz-Pichota pointed out that because of this mythology, that the amount of money and resources put into studying genetic causes, which is a dead end, has been historically 10 to 20 times the amount spent by NIH and other agencies to study environmental factors, to study exposures, to study external factors, and that's where we're going to find the answer. This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families, but more importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are children who should not be suffering like this. These are kids who, many of them, were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm here as a long-term autism researcher and a clinical psychologist. I get to wear two hats, one with patients and families, trying to help them get to a diagnosis and to interventions and treatments, but also for the last 20 plus years as the director of the New Jersey Autism Study, which is a CDC-sponsored autism surveillance system. We've monitored autism in New Jersey in concert with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention since 2000. When we began our endeavor with CDC, we expected to do maybe 2 or 3 baseline studies to establish how many children have autism, because it was not expected that autism prevalence would increase. Other childhood disabilities, neurologic disorders do not increase or change over time, but somehow, for some reason, with autism, everything was different. Autism went from being a very unusual, rare disability, which affected, as the secretary said, 1 child in maybe 10,000, to being known in every community, every school district, every center that cares for children with disabilities. Autism is real. It's a true disability. It's not a personality quirky issue. Everything has changed for the individual with autism, and while there's a wide range of expression, it does change the family, and it does inevitably change the community and the society in which we find it. Autism prevalence has increased very dramatically. It's increased in New Jersey, where we have excellent resources and access to services, and it's increased in all the states in the network. It's increased not only by the CDC ADAM network, active surveillance activities, but it's increased according to federal IDEA statistics and information from a multitude of surveys. It is a true increase. There is better awareness of autism, but better awareness of autism cannot be driving a disability like autism to increase by 300% in 20 years. That's what we saw in New Jersey. That's what the CDC report of yesterday indicates. And that's what, in my opinion, future reports from epidemiologists will show. The data provided in yesterday's report strongly suggests that not only is this a high point of autism prevalence, but in the future, rates can only be higher. Autism deserves to be treated as a real public health phenomenon, and I would say is an urgent public health crisis. It's not just that we're more astute or perceptive. It's not like 2 or 3 children out of for every one with autism has remained invisible. Autism is striking, and the consequences are lifelong. So I would urge everyone to consider the likelihood that autism, whether you call it an epidemic, a tsunami, or a surge of autism, is a real thing that we don't understand, and it must be triggered or caused by environmental or risk factors. We need to address this question seriously because, in my opinion, for the last 20 years, we've collected data but not made real progress in understanding of what causes autism or how to effectively prevent it or treat it effectively. So I urge you to read the report very carefully. I urge you to do something that nobody does and go into the many supplemental tables and see that autism is a true phenomenon and that we need a correct perception, not a perception that allows us to just provide services without understanding the root causes or the true factors at play. So thank you for your attention. I wish we could answer questions.
let me just say one other thing. I referred to a number of studies. There are many, many, many others in the scientific literature that absolutely explode this mythology that this is that the autism epidemic is not real. If you read the literature, it is absolutely indefensible to continue to promote this. And it doesn't take you to read the literature. It just takes a little common sense. If autism, if the epidemic is an artifact, a better diagnostic criteria or better recognition, then why are we not seeing it in older people? Why is this only happening in young people? You know, I asked Walter before we came out here, I said, have you ever seen anybody our age? I'm 71 years old with full-blown autism, head banging, nonverbal, non-toilet trained, stimming, toe walking, these other stereotypical features. Where are these people walking around the mall? You can't find them. They're not in homes. There are no homes for them. There are no institutions for them. Why are we seeing them on the street? Anybody can look around and see that this is a canard. And then you have to ask yourself, why is it so pervasive? Why has it been thrown up against us for so many years? And clearly there are industries. This is coming from an environmental toxin. And somebody made a profit by putting that environmental toxin into our air, our water, our medicines, our food. And it's to their benefit to say, oh, to normalize it. To say, oh, this is all normal. It's always been here. But that's not good for our country. And it's not good for the press to not be more inquisitive, to not be more skeptical. And within 3 weeks, and probably we're hoping in 2 weeks, we're going to announce a series of new studies to identify precisely what the environmental toxins are that are causing it. This has not been done before. And we're going to do it in a thorough and comprehensive way, and we're going to get back to with an answer to the American people very, very quickly.
Wait, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh yeah, and there are small slivers of the autism epidemic, maybe 10% to 25% according to the studies. The highest studies are around 25%. That can be attributed to better recognition and better diagnosis. That means 85% are still, or 75% to 80% are part of an epidemic, and that's too many. And that is what we need to address.
Walter, do you have something you'd like to add?
There's better recognition of autism and better awareness because there are more children with autism, and the professionals have greater reason to learn from what their experience and to diagnose. I wish the contrary was true, but it's not like better awareness pushes something that's not there, rather something that's there is being recognized.
Can you please say your first and last name and outlet before asking a question? Thank you.
Secretary Kennedy, again, some of the CDC's own research has concluded that there's a genetic link at play with autism. Are you saying today that you don't trust that research or that it was wrong? Could you expand a little more on that?
No, there is, we have really good genetic markers now, and they provide a vulnerability markers alone are not going to dictate your destiny. You need an environmental toxin. I mean, there are many genetic markers that dictate the methylation capacity of the human body. Those contribute to, those dictate, listen, with many people smoke cigarettes, and only 1 in 5 died from lung cancer. There were 4 of them that didn't. And those were the ones that had some circumstances, probably genetic, and made them more susceptible to it. And the same is true. We know that that glutathione production, and glutathione is an enzyme that helps the human body excrete metals and toxins. People with low glutathione production are more vulnerable. People with the MTHFR gene, which dictates methylation, are more vulnerable. People with high testosterone are more vulnerable. So there are a lot of genetic vulnerabilities, but you need an environmental toxin.
Alex at Fox. Alex.
Hi, Alex Hoff, Fox News. In seeking out an environmental toxin, do you feel that if one or several are detected or put on your radar, do you think it would be the same one causing issues at both ends of this spectrum? Children who struggle with, let's say, sensory issues, all the way to those who are fully care dependent, unable to speak. Would it be the same catalyst in all of those varying conditions, you think?
Well, those are the kind of studies we're going to do, and you're right, there's a spectrum of injuries, and we don't know. There are studies that look at maternal activation, so that something happens in the womb. There are studies that look at other genetic causes. The issue that we know is genes don't cause epidemics. You need an environmental toxin. And we're going to look at all the potential culprits. We're going to look at mold. We're going to look at food additives. We're going to look at pesticides. We're going to look at air and water and medicines. So, we're going to look at ultrasound, because there's a timeline that, something happened. In fact, Congress said the EPA, ordered EPA to tell us what year the autism epidemic began. The EPA scientists came back and said it happened in 1989. Oh, you have to find a toxin that became ubiquitous around that time period. And that affected every demographic, from Cubans in Key Biscayne to Inuit in Alaska. And that affects boys in a 4-to-1 ratio as girls. There's a limited universe of those, but actually it's quite large. And, Hertz-Pichotto was the one who suggested that, one of the things we have to look at is ultrasound. I don't think that that's probably a factor, but it's one of the exposures that became ubiquitous during that period. And we're going to look at all of them agnostically. We're going to find the potential exposures that increased during that time period. And then we're going to, we're going to see if there is a link to this injury.
Thank you. Nathan at Epic Times. No, Nathan. Nathan.
Yes, Nathan Worcester with Epic Times. During that same time period of increasing autism prevalence or diagnoses, there's also been a significant increase in maternal and paternal age. Couldn't that be a significant contributor to maternal and paternal age?
Yeah, we're going to look at all of that. We're going to look at obesity in the parents. We're going to look at the age of the parents. We're going to look at diabetes in the parents. And look at all these potential exposures. And because of AI and because of the digitalization of health records and the mass of health records that are now available to us, we can do this much more quickly than it's ever been done in the past.
Diane. This is our last question. Thank you.
Do you still pledge to have answers by September, or is that going to be the beginning of this process? And are you open to following the science regardless of whether it confirms some of your expectations or not?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna follow the science no matter what it says, and we will have some of the answers by September. But it's going to be an evolving process. We're going to issue grants the way that it's always done to university researchers and others. We're going to remove the taboo. That people will know they can research and they can follow the science no matter what it says, without any kind of fear that they're going to be censored, that they're going to be gaslighted, that they're going to be silenced, they're going to be defunded, de-licensed, and we're going to give them permission to do this research, and then we're going to open it up to the research community, and we're going to task them with certain outcomes, and we're going to have them come and bid on how to do the research. This is all being run by Jay Bhattacharya and I think Martin Goldorf may be also working on this on designing the grant proposals. So it's going to be done by credible scientists, by the most credible scientists from all over the world, and we're going to do it very, very quickly. Yeah, one more question. Can you identify yourself? I think we're going to figure out a way to make pressure on them to remove it. And I think also, there will be market forces that also exert pressure on them to remove it. And I want to say that I'm very grateful to President Trump because he tasked me on day one of this job with making this a priority, of finding out what's causing the autism epidemic, and we are going to do it for him. Thank you all very much.
Joining us now, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin, former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid, and New York Times reporter Jeremy Peters. Ken, we'll start off with you. What do these documents released yesterday prove or not when it comes to what we know and still don't know about ÁbregoGarcía's criminal history?
Well, they don't say anything about a criminal history, Allie. They do speak to the fact that he may have been detained in a murder investigation some period back, although he disputes that. And they show that his wife filed a civil restraining order in connection with domestic violence allegations and then later dropped that case. But what these documents do is shed light on why the Prince George's County gang unit and the Department of Homeland Security believed that he is an MS-13 gang member. And they lay out a series of pieces of evidence. One, that he was arrested at a Home Depot alongside a confirmed gang member with a violent record. Two, that he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and a hoodie that had insignia on it that the Prince George's County Police believe was associated with a gang. And so it sort of fills out the picture a little bit more about why not only an immigration judge, but an appeal in the immigration system determined that there was sufficient evidence that he was an MS-13 gang member. Now, obviously, he disputes that, his lawyers dispute that, and immigration courts are not criminal courts. There was no proof beyond a reasonable doubt here. But the question of whether he's deportable is not a question of whether he's a criminal. Those are two separate things. If the Department of Homeland Security determined that he was an MS-13 gang member and he was in the country illegally, then he was deportable. Whether he should be in a prison in El Salvador is another question here. But these documents do shed light on why DHS believes he is an MS-13 gang member.
And Kelly, there have been many questions about why it took so long for DOJ and DHS to release these documents. Ultimately, they did it last night, but why now?
Well, it's an interesting question because clearly these documents were in the possession, were a part of the kind of planning of this case, and presumably could have been released earlier. It may be that they felt enough public pressure because of the interest in this case, the questions being raised, the way that ÁbregoGarcía and his family, the advocates for him, had positioned him. They do a lot of scrutiny here from the White House about Maryland man when they want to argue that he is unlawfully formally a resident of Maryland and won't come back. So perhaps the timing was to counter some of that, to try to recapture a bit of the narrative. But we don't have a specific answer as to why they did not produce that information immediately, because certainly those questions were asked every day by reporters and others involved to look for more information about why he had been swept up in this and what was the basis, especially because of the rhetoric from the administration where they called him not only a member of MS-13, but a foreign terrorist because of the designation the administration has put on MS-13. They accused him of being involved in human trafficking, a lot of things that are very potent words in the political climate, and they didn't have specific information to back that up. So it may have been a response to the public pressure. It certainly fills in some of the picture, and people will take from that what they want to make of his status. And certainly there is the ongoing pressure from people like Senator Van Hollen, Democrat of Maryland, who are trying to keep this in the public eye. The issue of his story is one part of it. Another issue is certainly, is the administration following the law? Are they complying with orders from the court? Are they acting in the way that the president said they would, which would be to remove criminals that are here unlawfully, as opposed to those undocumented immigrants who may be living in communities, may have mixed status families, American children, American spouses, as ÁbregoGarcía does, and they would be a lower priority to deal with from the immigration side.
Yeah, Kelly setting the scene for us, Lisa, from a court of public opinion perspective, but leaving us off on the legal foot, because what is the impact of these documents in the instance of bolstering the government's argument within the courts, or does it hurt their claims more than help them?
You know, Ali, these documents are largely irrelevant to the legal issues in the case right now, which is focused on, did the government abide by Judge Zinnis's order, and specifically, what have they done to facilitate ÁbregoGarcía's release from that El Salvadoran prison? Whether or not he is a criminal is completely irrelevant to the legal inquiry that's now going on. I should also note that of these documents, and there are only 13 pages, only 6 of them were new. 2 of them were cover letters, and the others were both the determination of the initial immigration court and then the Board of Immigration Appeals, which is that administrative body to which immigration decisions are appealed before they can go then to a federal appeals court. That's how immigration law works in this country. Both of those decisions were already in the court record in the ÁbregoGarcía case. They were there for the looking for anybody who wanted to look, and they lay out what the government's argument was on the basis of those Prince George's County reports about ÁbregoGarcía's initial arrest and detention. And so not only are these of no moment legally, but they have been in the public domain for some time. This was a public relations ploy, not a part of a legal argument, Ali.
We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals, that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? So we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children.
Quite the moment yesterday at the White House there, the emotional scene, the mother of Rachel Morin, Patty Morin, recounting her daughter's murder at the hands of an illegal immigrant. Also voicing her support for President Trump's deportation agenda. Jeff Gaylor is the sheriff of Harford County. That's in Maryland, where Rachel was murdered. And he's with us live in the town of Bel Air, county seat about a mile from where Rachel's body was found. Sheriff, good morning to you. Play soundbite number 1, guys. Here's more.
When he was sitting in the courtroom, he actually looked like he thought he was going to be set free. There was no remorse on his face at all. This person took my daughter so violently and so gruesomely and so graphically that they sealed the pictures.
Sheriff, I know you've gotten to know her very well, and you're very impressed by her. Before we get into the details of what's happening in your state, what did you think of her approach yesterday?
Oh, it's heartbreaking. And Patty does such a wonderful job for a family member who has had such a tragedy suffered at the hands of a criminal illegal alien is his situation. And as she said, it wasn't just a homicide; it was horrific. And she had to sit there through the court process and listen to the graphic detail of what this monster did to her daughter. It's heartbreaking. And we have another case in our county. Kayla Hamilton, her mom Tammy, was also interviewed on some of the news places this morning, who suffered the exact same tragedy that does not need to happen, because we need to get a handle on our border. And thankfully, the last election went well. President Trump is doing just that.
Let me run through a couple of things. You've been to the border twice. You willingly work with ICE in the state of Maryland. You've got a state law there, 287G, that allows local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE.
We have a federal partnership with ICE. It's corrections based.
How's that going?
We're one of three shares. It's going great. The Maryland legislature tried to take it away from us this year because the far left has just lost their mind. Prime example of Senator Van Hollen going down there to try to bring a terrorist back to the United States. Our legislature tried to stop us. Thankfully, that failed. But we're continuing to cooperate with ICE and move criminal illegal aliens from our communities, so we don't have more stories like Rachel or Kayla Hamilton, and more broken families like we see from Patty Moore, and it just breaks your heart to see.
Here's Mike Banks, Border Patrol Chief, who's in Texas on our program yesterday.
Under this administration, they have literally taken the handcuffs off and allowed us to force law instead of policies that were created to contradict the law. And so our morale has continued to rise.
All right. Month of March a year ago, 137,473 encounters at the border. This March, 7,181, a decrease of 95%. That goes to the point that you're talking about there, sir. And, you're in the state with the quote-unquote Maryland man that's been in the news. What do you think of his deportation to El Salvador?
Good for my community, good for my state, good for my community, good for this country. President Trump designated MS-13. I don't think any police chief or sheriff in the country who's being honest is not going to say it's not a terrorist organization. That individual has been removed from our country, who should have been removed earlier. And we have the left. We have Senator Van Hollen, who couldn't even reach out to Patty or Tammy, Kayla's mom, at the tragic taking of the daughters' lives. But he can fly down there on taxpayer dollars to bring a terrorist home to Maryland. We don't want that. We don't want him to.
You've looked at that case, right? You've looked at the evidence. Are you convinced, as the White House says, he's an MS-13?
Oh, 1,000%. Yes, indeed. 1,000%. Not only that, he's no doubt, and he's a domestic violence abuser. I mean, in our community, we would screen him working with ICE, and hopefully they would decide to take removal proceedings for just that reason. And he's been through removal proceedings before, and they asked for him to be removed, and yet he was still here. So kudos on the Trump administration for removing the criminal. Horrible on Senator Van Hollen for wanting to bring him back.
Okay, we'll see how the senator's trip goes. Jeff Gala, thank you, Sheriff. Northeast of Baltimore. Thank you for your time. I'm Steve Juicy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.